Interpretation in Portuguese, French, and English is available. The headsets are on the back, so if you require interpretation, just take an headset. Interpretation is available in Portuguese, English, and French. Si vous avez besoin d'interprétation, elle est disponible en français, anglais et portugais. Il faut prendre les headsets qui sont au fond de la salle. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. I have one request, that when you leave, please do not forget to hand over the headsets when you leave. S'il vous plaît, n'oubliez pas de délivrer les headsets en partant. Peço a toda a gente que tenha cuidado para não levarem os headsets inadvertidamente dentro das malas. Muito obrigado.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our seminar on climate change and security challenges in the Atlantic, organized by the Atlantic Center, together with the National Defense Institute. It's great to see you all here as we come together to explore how climate change is shaping the security landscape across our shared Atlantic space. To officially open our event, we'll start with welcome remarks from Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes, Director General of the National Defense Institute and the Atlantic Center Coordinator, Rear Admiral Nuno Noronha Bragança. And after that, we'll hear our brilliant keynote speaker, Professor Désigné Naidoo. And after that, we'll have a session with the Atlantic Center report, where we will explore how this report will build capacity and policy to our signatory states. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. and it is my honor to give the stage to Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished Rear Admiral Sousa Costa, in representation of the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Coordinator of the Atlantic Center, Rear Admiral Noronha de Bragança, dear Ambassador Ana Paula Zacarias, President of the Diplomatic Institutes, representatives of the Luso-American Foundation for Development, distinguished ambassadors, directors and representatives of the Ministry of Defense, distinguished speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to address a few words, very brief, to this audience and congratulate the Atlantic Center in the person of its coordinator, Rear Admiral Noronha de Bragança, for this most timely choice of the theme, which will guide the 7th Atlantic Center Seminar on Climate Change and the Security Challenges in the Atlantic. Climate change poses profound and interconnected challenges to the world's oceans, affecting ecosystems, economies, and human security. Climate change is a contested theme, both in science and in politics. But reality proves differently, and more initiatives like this seminar, connecting research interests with a policy-oriented framework, are crucial to public awareness and to decision makers. The combined effects of rising sea levels, the presence of asymmetrical conflicts in coastal areas, the competition for access to energy resources, and the depleting impact of illegal fishing call for a more assertive governance and better multilateralism in the maritime domain on how to address climate change and maritime security. The Atlantic region connects some of the most developed economies and some of the richest marine resources. For reasons of geographical diversity of the coastal actors surrounding it, both public, private, international, and even non-state actors, it is difficult to guarantee full compliance on the basis of commonly agreed regulative principles on climate change. We should make use of this level of wealth to foster scientific knowledge and increase public awareness. The preservation of a rules-based governance at sea and enhanced collaborative practices are two essential conditions to a more effective governance on climate change and its impact on security in the Atlantic. Effective collaborative practices require a good level of international and regional cooperation focused on broader maritime awareness, capability development, surveillance, as well as research, innovation, and better joint risk management in order to mitigate the effects of climate change. A proper architecture of climate change governance requires compliance with law enforcement by states, organizations, private actors, and citizens in the protection of marine environments as a global common. The oceans are important climate regulators, absorbing more than 90% of the excess heat generated by greenhouse gas emissions, with a severe consequence. The ocean warming is changing marine ecosystems, causing the destruction of coral banks, affecting fish populations and migration routes, and intensifying extreme weather events such as storms and heat waves at sea. This year, the Copernicus system detected an abnormal rise in the sea level temperature in the Pacific of approximately 2.5 degrees. Sea level rise represents another grave challenge. The combined effects of physical damage of ecosystems with melting glaciers and polar ice caps are already affecting coastal communities, causing both loss of livelihoods and cultural heritages. As the oceans absorb increasing amounts of carbon dioxide, growing reduction of pH levels weaken marine organisms with impact on the marine food chains and on human dependency from marine resources. Warmer waters and marine nutrient pollution create vast dead zones at sea, with impact on biodiversity and in the ocean's capacity to support life. The degradation of marine systems due to climate change threatens food security, coastal economies, and global security at sea, with economic and social decline of coastal regions. The climate crisis is transforming our oceans into risk multipliers, and its consequences are both environmental and human. Addressing them demands decisive global action rooted in science, in a strengthened global governance on climate change and driven by a shared political commitment to safeguard the ocean's integrity. We must accelerate our efforts to protect and restore blue ecosystems, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, invest in ocean-based climate solutions, and strengthen international cooperation. To finalize, I would like to also congratulate the 2 researchers awarded with the Atlantic Security Award 2026, wishing them the best of success to the development of their research work, which will advance the state of knowledge on security in the Atlantic region. Allow me to end by sharing with you that today the National Defense Institute has published a specially policy brief in cooperation with the Atlantic Center dedicated to climate change and the Atlantic. The oceans connect us all. With initiatives such as today's, we will contribute to keep the topic in the research agenda as well as in the policy agenda. I wish you all an excellent work and a very, very fruitful debate. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the VII Seminar of the Atlantic Center. And basically, welcome to this space, this unique space that is the Navy Museum. Admiral Deputy Chief of the Navy Staff, my dear Admiral Pedro Sousa Costa, I would like to begin by thanking you for your presence and express my gratitude for the Portuguese Navy, and if I can say the armed forces, the Portuguese armed forces, for the continued support of the Atlantic Center activities and initiatives. A special word to the Navy Museum for lending us this pavilion, whose barges recall an age of profound and inseparable connection to our ocean. Dear Director of the National Defense Institute, dear Professor Isabel Ferreira Nunes, thank you for your words, thank you for your presence, and for the Institute's devoted support. Ambassador Ana Paula Zacarias, Director of the Portuguese Diplomatic Institute, thank you for your willingness to share with all of us the closing remarks of this seminar. Honorable ambassadors, esteemed representatives of civilian and military entities, thank you for being here with us today. Your presence is also a sign that our work continues to resonate with your nations and your people. Dear Désigné Naidoo, distinguished keynote speaker, thank you for joining us all the way from South Africa. Désigné, where are you? To our research project coordinator, Professor Sandra Balão, and to our research, thank you too for your presence, but most importantly, thank you for your knowledge, which is now online for everyone to read. And last, but not the least, thank you to Leonor Barroso for once again being here with us. The partnership with the Luzon American Development Foundation is one that we hold in great value and one we foresee continuing to grow for many years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the seminar, please do me a favor and look around you. Engraved in woods and iron of the barges, the sailing and fishing boats, and even in the iconic airplane behind me lies a spirit of enduring resilience and curiosity. Now, ask yourself why we are here. To those of you that are familiar with our activities and annual storyline, this seminar will not come as a surprise. Yet, to all newcomers, it may. Allow me to explain to you why we are gathering here today. It's not, of course, for sure, because of the beautiful badge to your right. Also, I must agree that they are indeed a sight. Nor solely because of the collective efforts of our 27 signatory states, though I need to comment how effective that cooperation has been. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are here because deep down we confuse interest with urgency. And in that confusion we are drawn to learn more. Allow me to explain using a simple comparison. Climate change and extreme weather events feel like a roadside accident. We may not like it, nor be willing to admit it, but we all slow down to see what happened. We wonder what does involve must be feeling. We know that something bad occurred. We are tempted to understand the why, the how, and even to imagine the possible consequences. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't the climate change a bit like that? Imagine that our Atlantic is the same road. We sail across it, but we slow down due to the incidents in our path. Heat waves, floods, hurricanes, sea level rise, and ultimately, human conflict and growing inequality. These accidents reveal a doubting presence, and we wonder again the why, how, and imagine the possible consequences. But the reality, however, is that these incidents are becoming louder and more frequent by the minute, and the stakes could be higher, much like the science that made the airplane of Admiral Coutinho in Sacadura Cabral enter the walls of history as the first aerial crossing of the South Atlantic. The science of climate change and extreme weather events is now making history every year. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to listen to science. Science tells us Earth's oceans are in host conditions that we imagined, with acidity levels so high that our seas may have entered a stress zone. Science warns us that the potential collapse of the Atlantic meridian overturning circulation, a system of currents that carry warm water from tropical parts of the Atlantic Ocean up to the Arctic, is much higher than previously believed. Science states that last September was the third warmest September on the record for our planet, with some of the most extreme temperature anomalies recorded over Antarctica. And science confirms that 2024 was the warmest year on record globally. In other words, facts are facts. These accidents are no longer just accidents. They form a pattern on that middles of the storms or ever-boiling environments where our coastal and island communities are already paying the price. Consider the Gulf of Guinea, a region as vast as the natural resources and people in harbors. When combined with ongoing maritime insecurity and the range of land-based challenges, climate change has emerged as a key risk multiplier for sustainable development in the region. Take, for example, ocean warming. Its disruption of marine ecosystem can be as profound as a changing in migration patterns of a fish, a creature that recognizes neither our international treaties nor the lines we draw on the maps. I did not choose fishery as an example by chance. Declines in small pelagic fish catch in the Gulf of Guinea directly threaten the food security of coastal communities. At the same time, this pressure intensifies competition among fishers, pushing many towards dangerous activities and fueling spikes in illegal, unreported, and undeclared fishing by both local and foreign actors, which, as some of you recall, was the topic of the last year Atlantic Center seminar. Since we whole of Atlantic community represented here, it will be discourteous of me not to say to other sides of the ocean. We are just a few days away from COP30, from the Centro de Soberania e Clima. I highlight the report that in the Amazon, climate-induced migration, it is multifaceted. Deforestation, illegal mining, and hydropower intersect with extreme. It is also not by chance that if you look around this room, you will see more than one flag. For all of Atlantic challenge, all of Atlantic responses are needed. And this is precisely what the Atlantic Center promotes and will continue to exemplify. Today, we bring together a range of voices that, while indirectly representing their geographies, directly reflect the diverse realities that climate change and extreme weather events are imposing upon us. The 50 Atlantic Center report does our modest contribution to one of the significant challenges of our time, because we can no longer be just interested. We need to act, and in order to act, we need to know. Ladies and gentlemen, before I give the floor to our keynote, allow me one final remark. And once again, I invite you all to look at the space around us and reflect on what is symbolic. The seaplane behind me that carries us to the frontier of the science, to the wonders of the human intellect, which represents the knowledge that allowed us to innovate and to advance technologically. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization and innovation have transformed the way we operate. And while it is relatively straightforward to innovate with technology, it is much harder to innovate how people think. The royal badge on your right will remind us that moving forwards, it's only possible when we row together, guided by a shared sense of purpose and responsibility. Both knowledge and collective will are the essential drivers that will determine how well we move together and what kind of future we choose to live for ourselves and for the generation to come. Much like the piece preserved in this museum, history will remember whatever there is something left to preserve or not. From the Atlantic Center side, we'll still continue to work, to engage, to discuss, and to provoke thought so that we may keep moving forward together with purpose towards a sustainable and shared future. Thank you very much. So you enjoy the seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Admiral. Professor Dessigné, we welcome you now for our keynote address. Thank you very much for being here.
So, Mona, good morning, bom dia, namaste. Thank you very much for the honor of being here in one of the more beautiful parts of the city, and indeed, one of the more beautiful parts of the world. It is a great honor. Thank you also for those wonderful 2 introductory notes. I fear after the Director General and the Admiral, I may not have too much more to add because they've done such a good job of packaging the story that I want to share with you. But given the metaphor that the Admiral left us with, I think I'm going to also get a little bit creative on this story. So what I want to share with you today are some vistas around the issues of climate and security, using the Atlantic as a geographical space, but going a little bit beyond what we normally talk about into the realm of, I think, what we should be talking about. I should also point out, this is the very first set of oars that I've ever seen that actually has an oarfish painted on it. I think that's quite special. So colleagues, to begin with, I want to start just here. Not only is this one of my favorite pictures, it is also one of the most reprinted pieces of art in the last 2.5 centuries. It is, of course, the great wave of Kanagawa from very famous Japanese artist Hokusai. And I want to use this as a metaphor of what we are dealing with, because we are dealing with a tsunami. It is climate change, yes, but climate change has some very, very important partners. In addition to climate change itself, our levels of conflict are very high, some related to climate change, many are not. We have demographic patterns in the world that are making it very difficult for us to have a sustainable way in which we engage our future. And our current geopolitical tensions are just enormous. But the picture says that a couple of people, of courageous, brave human beings, in rowboats, pulling together with those oars, have an ability to overcome the challenges that we are dealing with. And I want to talk to 3 things in my presentation. The first is, I am going to remind you the biophysical catastrophe, because quite frankly, we can't talk about it enough. And the various dimensions that are emanating from the science day by day is just enormous. But in addition to that, I think we should also pay some attention to how climate change is very seriously affecting the economics of the world. And I will delve into this in 2 dimensions. One is what it is costing us to have low levels of climate action, but also what climate change is coming to mean around global economic competitiveness. And then finally, I want to muse a little bit about the AMOC, the North Atlantic pump, the circulation system, and what's happening to the circulation system, and how in some ways this is becoming a metaphor of changes in the world. So let's start with the basics and continue from where the DG and the Admiral have left off. Let's remind ourselves of one very important fact, that although this has come under severe, severe assault, particularly from one part of the world, but by no means limited to that part of the world around the skepticism associated with climate change in general, and perhaps the role of human beings in particular. Let me be clear. The science is completely certain of this. The science expressed in the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, a report compiled by about 40,000 distinguished scientists all around the world, consulting with tens of thousands of others, declared a consensus on the science that climate change in the world has its single most driver, the biggest driver by far, the greenhouse gas emissions generated by human activity. And what that chooses to illustrate is how this organizes itself into a very, very difficult feedback loop. The increased greenhouse gases based on our current industrial model means that we have higher and higher accumulations of GHGs in the atmosphere. And one of the really great difficulties of carbon is that it just sits there. The first carbon dioxide that you put out 10,000 years is still around the atmosphere. It doesn't go anywhere. It just continuously adds to this incredible blanket. And that incredible blanket has the ability, and has demonstrated this, to rapidly increase average temperatures in the world. And on the back of those rapidly increasing average temperatures, and a good way to visualize this is not just about how hot it is about how much energy is available in the atmosphere to do a number of things. And in the course of doing that, we had this feedback loop coming down into the system, causing the catastrophes that we have around the world, one of which is that we are now in a particular point of our history where we have a classification of a class of people moving around the world to escape the vagaries of climate change called climate refugees. And this is a very real problem. Migration in the world on the back of climate change is incredible. The UNHCR put out a number this year that for the 1 year, mid-2023 to 2024, on the continent that I come from, in Africa, the intra-Africa displacement was already at 122 million people. That number is projected to reach 140 million in the period mid-24 to 25. And of course, those statistics still have to be verified. And this is what's happening all around the world. And the nature of migration is quite interesting, because people are tending to migrate, if within the country, into the urban environments. Most of those bigger urban environments are on coastal cities. Coastal cities have the vagary of, on the one hand, having this increased population pressure, on the other hand, dealing with increased and rising sea levels and the pressures of an acidified ocean. And this is coming to a head in the most difficult way. And the nature of the demographic is saying that the rate of growth now projected for African coastal cities in particular, and this is a phenomenon around most of the developing world, is now projected to about 40%. That this is the growth expectations in this domain. The next thing I want to remind you of, and you know this, is that we're talking about both multiple acute disasters, and you're familiar with all of these. There are droughts, there are floods, the high energy in the atmosphere with increasing surface temperatures on the ocean are organizing for us to have a phenomenal train of high energy storms, most of whom are barreling their way to hit land, some of whom are dissipating on land, going back into the ocean, re-energizing and coming back onto land. Hurricane Freddie in my part of the world went out into the ocean, came back, and destroyed much of Malawi's economy. We had the same thing with Storm Daniel in the Mediterranean, doing this in Derna in Libya. These are incredible phenomena that we have not encountered before. We are changing the science of how we need to look at these matters. But in addition to the droughts and the floods and the storms, we have the sea level rise, and it's quite incredible. We have ocean acidification, which has the multiple factor of organizing for this largest carbon sink in the world. The ocean is responsible for absorbing 70% of our carbon absorptions as a carbon sink. Acidification means its ability to do so is declining. This is over and above the fact that the acidification is destroying marine life in many, many parts of the world. And then in addition to all of those, we have the phenomenon of wildfires. And let me tell you, no matter how many National Guards you deploy, this is a real biophysical phenomenon that you have to deal with. But in addition to that, let's be clear that in many geographies in the world, many geographies around the Atlantic, these are not happening in isolation. It is no longer unusual to have floods and droughts and wildfires happening simultaneously in the same country. And if they are a coastal country, simultaneously dealing with sea level rise and acidification and increasing sea surface temperatures. The second important component is that these acute events are both compounding and cascading precisely in the way the IPCC reports have been warning us about for the last 3 cycles. You've heard already that climate change is a threat multiplier, and it definitely is. And in addition to that, we are looking at exponential impacts rather than linear impacts. And our responses, not yet touching the linear line and needing to get to the exponential line, but in addition to that, we have this notion of this nexus, a very difficult nexus around climate and conflict and disasters. And their interconnectivity is something that is playing itself out in many, many parts of the world. And then if you add to that the opportunities that are available for violence and extremism, you now are not only talking about macro conflict levels, but multiple micro conflict levels in a world where simultaneously we have an array of phenomena that we didn't want to think about in the world. One of which is that we are simultaneously, at this point in human history, looking at religious fundamentalism that crosses most religions that we know about. There is Hindu fundamentalism as we speak, as there is Islamic fundamentalism, and Christian fundamentalism, and Jewish fundamentalism, and something we didn't really want to talk about before, we have Buddhist fundamentalism in the world today. So the opportunities that are available on the back of climate-related disasters and declines organizes for an embryonic space for conflicts to rapidly incubate and then perturbate into the system. And then we have this other phenomenon where, and I chose Etequini as an example because Etequini is one of the big cities in my country, an upper middle income country, and one of the more developed cities in Africa and in the world, that has demonstrated that after 5 successive flood events, not unrelated to the cyclones in the Mozambique Channel, at every one of those, in spite of declaring on the need to build back better, we have in each instance decreased our climate resilience with how we manage the recovery from those floods. And this is not restricted to Etequini. It is now a global phenomenon. Now, you know a lot about this because you've seen these pictures in many, many places. It is gratifying that these are now covered in the mainstream media as well. The reality of what we're looking at in the Atlantic is not dissimilar from what's happening in the Pacific. The Pacific tends to get a lot of the attention in the public media, and it should, because some of the more difficult phenomena are organizing to represent themselves in that space a little bit more than others. But the Atlantic is no different. The sea surface temperature and the carbon sink relationships are demonstrating some very interesting phenomena. Because for a while, as the energy of the system increases, and for those of you who have done chemistry, even in school, you will remember this, that you organize for the energy inside the water system to increase to a particular point where its solvency capacity increases. So with rising temperatures, you have the possibility of increased solution. And this is as true for a gas as it is for a solid. You know this. You can put more sugar in hot water than you can in cold water. But we are observing very particular anomalies in this phenomenon. And as the sea temperatures, the sea surface temperatures in particular, are getting higher and higher, and this is not unrelated to what's happening to the AMOC, we are finding the anomalies around the ocean's ability to be a carbon sink. And this is what these latest set of graphs that have come out of Nature is starting to demonstrate. And it's an extraordinarily disturbing phenomenon, primarily because we have not yet worked out alternative terrestrial mechanisms to be able to absorb carbon. Why is this important? It is important because even if we managed today, on the 30th of October 2025, to stop all carbon emissions in the world, we still have to deal with the accumulated greenhouse gases that are already in the atmosphere. So one way or another, we better work out how we get this out. Otherwise, we're going to be We're going to be writing letters to Elon Musk asking about that next vessel to Mars to save us. So colleagues, let's talk about the economics a little bit. Now, one part of the economics is spoken about a fair amount in the public discourse, and that is related to the cost of climate disasters. And the numbers are already alarming, and it's quite interesting how people think that they conduct these numbers. So just in 2024, 3 insurance brokers, and these guys are fairly serious about these numbers, their daily bread depend on it, are talking about a range of $320 billion to $402 billion, dollars US, for the 2024 period. And in 2024, we counted out 58 plus billion-dollar weather disaster events in the world. Now, if you look at the unreported ones, it's probably twice that number. So we're talking about an incredible large direct economic cost. These numbers do not include inside them the slower-paced issues associated with changing the terrestrial environment to make agriculture less and less viable in certain parts of the world, to make fishery less and less viable in other parts of the world, and that accumulates and adds to this cost. But just in 2024, we have seen Hurricane Milton, and you know all of these, Hurricane Elena. Storm Boris arguably has not been on the Atlantic, but is not unaffected by the Atlantic, and the floods in Rio Grande do Sul in Brazil, and those are the numbers that are associated with, those are the deaths associated with it, and they accumulate, and they accumulate fairly rapidly. There's a large cost to this. But there's another cost that I think we should talk about as well. And that is what is happening with these numbers associated with the economic strength of different countries and different parts of the world. Because climate change does not only have a direct cost associated with disaster, it has a much larger cost as it destroys infrastructure, it destroys industrial chains, it destroys possibilities for employment, it increases the load associated with social security, and some of these numbers are starting to add up. And they're adding up in very, very difficult ways. So if we're looking here, as this graph is showing us, around the macroeconomic effects and the long-term macroeconomic effects in particular, what we are seeing here is that there is a mitigation associated with partial implementation of the Paris Agreement goals, but the reality is most countries in the world are not doing this. And if you take that out, these are the negative impacts around GDP growth for those G7 countries. And you can well imagine that that figure is at least simultaneously, in a similar way, replicated for non-G7 countries and probably in a more agonizing way. So this is a very real phenomenon around the economic cost of limited climate action as we currently have in the world today. Now, there was a time, not too long ago, when we had reason to be slightly enthusiastic, because it appeared that what we were looking at is potentially a race to net zero by major powers in the world. This was in the Biden era, and the era of the Chinese investment in renewables, and this was accompanied by various other places in the world. And I'll ponder a little bit on the energy issue in a moment. So the issue about the low-carbon economy and what the low-carbon economy means in the current geopolitical landscape around economies of the world is really important. Because all of the positive growth trends we are seeing in most of the major powers in the world is in fact on the back of low-carbon industrialization. Maybe the most extreme example in the world currently is China, but by far not exclusively China. And what we're seeing is increased innovation, we are seeing process efficiency, we are seeing resource efficiency, we're looking at new markets in the world for climate action products, and of course, we are seeing the impacts of people investing in risk mitigation. And if we just look at the Atlantic, some of the big features in the Atlantic arena, and these are just 4 of them, and there are many other countries besides. One is the EU Regional Green Deal, which still remains, in my view, the only mechanism available to Europe to continue to be a competitive economy in the world. The issues associated with the US, and in particular the IRA, but the IRA and industrial policy as a whole. And I think it's really important to note that in spite of the extreme power that the Trump administration currently has in the US, it has not yet interfered with the IRA. Part of the reason might be the IRA is the Inflation Reduction Act, and this is a very large pool of funds to stimulate renewable energy investments in the States. Part of the reason might be that 2/3 of the beneficiaries of that fund are in fact red districts in the United States. So while Trump is preaching on the one platform around not recognizing climate change as a risk, America is moving this machine along. Not at quite the rate, perhaps, that we wanted to, but it certainly hasn't abandoned its own quest in this regard. So in Africa, we have the just energy transitions. There are 2 countries that officially have this label, and that's Senegal and South Africa, both on the Atlantic coast. But the transitions are quite rampant right across the continent. One of the drivers is climate change, and I would argue it's the second driver. The first driver around this on the African continent is, in fact, dealing with energy poverty. Because Africa's ability to reach SDG 7 is only viable on the back of renewable energy, only limitedly viable on a fossil fuel route. And this is something that's being absorbed increasingly in the conversation. And then there's the issue of the climate development security nexus. This is a phenomenon that the African Union has pronounced itself around and is driving continental policy. And then Brazil's renewable energy revolution is something to marvel at. But let me give you some statistics around this that I think you might find interesting. Firstly, is as we are moving forward from classical industrialization to low-carbon industrialization to the dominance of the gig economy, this is not in the future, it's already happening, that we are living in the artificial intelligence, digitalization economy. The projection on the energy demand to drive this economy is absolutely enormous. And here are some numbers that I think are quite interesting. So the total installed capacity for electrification in the United States is currently around 1,900 gigawatts. It's a very big number. To give you a comparison, Portugal is at 17 gigawatts. The European Union as a whole is around 480 gigawatts, so it's really big. The total installed capacity in China from renewable energy alone is 1,800 gigawatts. In a country that currently has the installed capacity of nearly twice that at 3,700 gigawatts. So if you are going to be playing at that level, as is the desire for every region in the world, then you have to work out what your energy plan has got to be, and low carbon electrification appears to be the only way that we can go. Now, I want to talk just a little bit about my continent, and then I want to go on to the AMOC before I close. And there are various pressures on the African continent, and I have to submit that we as Africans haven't worked out how to use this to our advantage just yet. There are little anecdotes about where we get it right, but in most cases we are feeling the pressure. And the pressure is coming from 3 very distinctive places, but many more places than that, except some of the other partners we have easier conversations with. I mean, there's the United States pressure, there is the European pressure, and there is the Chinese pressure. And one of the things that we are very keen to be able to do is to convert these competing quarters into more amenable quarters around getting them to woo Africa with higher levels of investment to advance our green industrialization program, because we have a very important problem. Agenda 2063, which is our economic aspiration for the continent, is currently based on a fossil fuel model which is unsustainable. In order for us to switch to a lower carbon model, we have to drastically alter the way we engage with other parts of the world, and maybe beginning those conversations in and around the Atlantic would be a very good place to start. I will skip this because there are lots of naval folk in the world, and I'm sure you talk about these issues on a very regular basis, around what some of these implications are around the changing of the geophysical nature in the world with climate change that's actually making things like the Northeast Passage and the Northwest Passage more viable, and what that means for the Atlantic. But let me talk to this and then close. Now, this is a very important phenomenon. There is a small contingent of scientists, Admiral, that still maintain that these models are not quite there and they're not quite right, that we may not be seeing the collapse of the AMOC in the way we've been talking about it, but they're a very minor group. The only thing that is in contention between the major parts of the scientific community is whether this will happen in 50 years or in 150 years. And the phenomenon is really a fundamental one, because this North Atlantic pump, as it used to be called back in the day, was the overturning current that organized to stimulate the circulation all around the world and in all oceans. And the convection that we depend on with the movement of these currents for both the living environment, the marine living environment, as well as the normal geophysical environment, is absolutely key. But the metaphor I'm offering you to think about is the metaphor of a declining AMOC and its parallel in the geopolitical space. Because one of the things that the Le Chatelier's principle tells us, and it talks about perturbations in a closed system, and let's for a moment imagine the Earth as a closed system. Largely it is. I mean, we're connected to everywhere else in the solar system and the universe, but this is a small closed system. That whenever there's a perturbation in a closed system and the equilibrium is disturbed, the system responds until it resolves a new equilibrium and then continues in that new equilibrium. What does this mean for the geopolitical space? It means that for the last 2 or 3 centuries, this North Atlantic, a combination of Western Europe and North America, has been the core determinant of geopolitics and the geopolitical character of the world as a whole. That as we move from partially a bipolarity, eventually a unipolarity, into a multipolar world, maybe we are seeing this metaphor already at play around a new equilibrium. And I'd be happy for us to talk about that when we have a break. So thank you very, very much for your attention. I hope I've been able to share some insights that organizers for a stimulating conversation going forward. That, of course, is a view of the Atlantic from the ISS, not the organization I'm from, but the International Space Center. And of course, it's a picture of my continent along the Atlantic. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now, before the coffee break, we'll move into the presentation of the Atlantic Center's 5th report, Climate Change and Security Challenges in the Atlantic. This first session will be chaired by Professor Sandra Balão from the School of Social and Political Science at the University of Lisbon, and we'll be hearing insights from Fad Azarwal from the Policy Center of the New South, and Juliet Obeng from the Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute in Ghana. Professor Eduardo Diogo, if you allow us, your presentation will pass to the second session because of time. It is a bit better for us. But first, allow me to introduce you Professor Sandra Balão. Professor Balão is Associate Professor and Director, Strategy and Strategic Studies Department at ISCSP, Universidade de Lisboa, and she's also co-chair of the NATO Science and Technological Organization on Human Security and Military Operations. Professor Brandão is also Associate Professor in the Portuguese Air Force Academy and National Representative of the International Arctic Science Committee. Professor, the stage is yours. Thank you so much. And Fahad and Juliet, please welcome Professor to the stage. Thank you so much.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to start to say my thank you to the Admiral Braganza for the invitation to coordinate this research project. It was a pleasure and an honor. I would like also to welcome all the researchers that worked with me through this year long. It has been quite a journey, but I think we are all very happy for the final result. I would like just to present some insights on the conceptual note. I'm not going to go deep on that because my predecessors presented a very complete perspective on the reasons why climate change and security challenges in the Atlantic is, for truth, one of the most relevant issues to be dealt with, not only in the present, but in the near future. Now, I would like to go through the presentation. I don't have here the command to change the slides, so if someone can help me, I'll be very happy to ask for your help. Thank you so much. So, the team. I'm going to present you all the members of the team, just the names. I don't know, okay. So, these names are all the contributors for the articles that are published in our report. With me here we have Juliet and Fahad, but this amount of people were needed for the final result, which I think, and hopefully all the esteemed guests will also find to be very interesting and insightful. As previously mentioned, not all the team is able to be here today, but the ones with the asterisks are those that will be here in this event. Juliet Obeng, as you can see, is a research manager in Gulf of Guinea Maritime Institute, research officer in Africa Blue Economy Institute, and a graduate research assistant in USAID Women's Selfishes and Food Security Project, University of Cape Coast. She holds a master in fisheries science from University of Cape Coast and has previously worked as a research assistant in School of Biological Sciences at the same university. And I'm trying to find you, Fahad, I'm sorry. He's an economist at the Policy Center for the New South since October 2019. His work focuses on macroeconomics with emphasis on economic growth and business cycle dynamics. He holds a master in applied economics and is currently pursuing a PhD at Mohammed V University in Rabat. So, why are we here? Why is it relevant to present you this report? And at what stage could we or not manage to achieve the premises, the aims and objectives of this report? So, the conceptual note provided by the Atlantic Center identified that climate change is both a security and a social problem that produces negative effects which are interconnected. The perspective of a whole of Atlantic concern creates really a different perspective and a different approach as it defends that the regional divide created by climate change and its consequences can be avoidable among the Atlantic community and states if they work together and shared, as we know, a common will. The idea was to examine the current multidisciplinary challenges of climate change, and the characteristics of the team show it perfectly. Those characteristics allowed us to explore the multifaceted nature of climate-related threats, their intersection with other critical areas, including, but not only, international law, maritime security, food security, humanitarian response, disaster risk management, and so on. The ambition was really huge, I would say, but without being falsely modest, I think it was really accomplished in the end. The report offers a comprehensive and policy-oriented analysis of how climate change is reshaping the Atlantic geopolitical and social landscape for real, and also highlight the regional nuances and reflect the perspectives of diverse Atlantic countries while underscoring its transnational nature in the Atlantic geopolitical theater. What is relevant, and I don't want to take the stage for our researchers because I know that you want to hear from them, and me too. What is particularly relevant, I would say, is that in the end, the results from the insights, the arguments, and the worries of the different articles that our researchers write and published converges for a perspective of whole of Atlantic needs from the Arctic to the Antarctica. And I thank you very much to Professor Desiree for bringing those maps and those figures here to our concern. Thank you very much for that. So, just to show a little bit of complementary perspective, in conclusion, I would say that we offer you in this report a pole-to-pole prospective vision. And for that, I would say also that we can conclude that the climate security dynamics promote actionable recommendations for collective resilience. And I would use the words of the Center of the Atlantic by saying that it is the shared belief not only of the Center of the Atlantic, but also its signatory states, that addressing the climate crisis becomes not only a matter of environmental urgency, but also a critical step toward ensuring a secure, stable, and prosperous Atlantic community. Some facts that sustain this conclusion can be seen through these complementary figures. This is the death spiral of ice melting for 2024 that shows us the facts of the ice melting in the Arctic region. So for the most skeptical, I think that this information can help to have a different perspective, or at least allow a different reflection. Why do we state and why do we defend this pole-to-pole perspective for the Atlantic community and states? Because, in fact, there is almost a direct line that connects the North and the South through the Atlantic. So whatever happens in the Arctic and also now in the Antarctic region does not stay there and will influence all the system which we all share as a global common, in fact. And for those who are even more skeptical about what does this mean and why is this relevant to consider Antarctica also in this context. This map shows the known significant deposits of minerals in that continent, and therefore it is easy to look and consider the geopolitical challenges of the strategic competition environment we are dealing with in the present days, and connected it, for example, with this statement last February 2024 from the Defense Ministry of Iran speaking about Antarctica and its proposes of claiming territory and building a military base in that continent, when, of course, it is challenging all the Treaty of Antarctica and the system of treaties of Antarctica. And this somehow shows why is it so relevant for us to consider the Atlantic community and states really as a whole of Atlantic community of security. So, without further delay, I would again welcome our researchers and give the word to Juliette Obeng, with whom I invite you to present your insights. Thank you, Juliette.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. I would like to apologize to everyone here. I'm not too well today, but I'll try my best to take you through our research. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here today to share with you some insight from our research work on the effects of climate change on maritime security, both in Ghana and Nigeria. Our discussion today is not only going to be about these two countries. However, it's going to be about a shared ocean that connects all of us here. The goal is simple, but it's also urgent, that we need to understand how climate change is indeed shaping our maritime security and why cooperation in the Atlantic is very relevant for all of us if we want to build a safe and resilient future. So my presentation will follow this outline. The Atlantic is indeed connecting all of us, from the Africa to the America to the Caribbean and also to Europe, and act as a very shared climate system. But this system is also under stress. Rising ocean temperatures, higher sea levels, and changing currents are all disrupting important activities like trade, fisheries, and coastal livelihoods. These changes in the Atlantic increases insecurities at sea, reflecting a growing environmental risk. What happens in one part of the Atlantic now has a ripple effect that reaches across continents. And we are, in every sense, bound by the same waters and the same risk. Nowhere in this connection is clearer than in the Gulf of Guinea, a region that serves as both a resource hub and also a high-risk zone. It provides over 30% of sub-Saharan Africa oil and gas and supports livelihoods of over 30 million people. Yet the effects of climate change, rising sea levels, and warming waters have created conditions that promote piracy, illegal fishing, and smuggling. Environmental pressures are equally driving social and economic instability at sea, making maritime security even harder to maintain. Now, since the 1970s, sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Guinea have risen up to 1 to 3 degrees Celsius. Sea levels are rising about 3 millimeters every year, causing more floods and coastal erosions. Fish stocks are declining, indeed, leading to more conflicts among fishing communities. Climate shocks like these multiple risks and contribute to maritime insecurity. In this way, climate change acts as a threat multiplier, deepening existing vulnerabilities and creating new security risks. Ghana and Nigeria together makes up more than 60% of the Gulf of Guinea coastline. This stretch of ocean is not just a shared boundary. It is an economic lifeline of West Africa. It supports millions of people, supports regional trade, and anchors vital industries from oil and gas to fisheries. But it is one of the most climate vulnerable zones in the Atlantic. Rising sea levels, coastal erosions, and declining fish stocks are all placing enormous pressure on communities that depend on the sea. What is even more striking is how differently Ghana and Nigeria experience and manage these shared risks. Their contrasting governance systems, both countries are confronting the same wave of change, but with very different tools and capacity to respond. Now let's look at Ghana and Nigeria with specific case studies. In Ghana, the coast is retreating up to 2 meters each year from Adan to Axim. Coastal infrastructures are flooding, and fishing settlements are being destroyed. But between 1993 to 2019, small pelagic landings declined by 59%, pushing many displaced fishers to migrate or turn into informal and illicit maritime activities for survival. In the case of Nigeria, the story is equally similar. Flood-prone areas like Bayelsa and Delta states are seeing entire communities displaced. Flooding and land subsidence and loss of biodiversity are fueling poverty and insecurity. Both countries are facing the same pattern of climate stress, leading to human security, and human insecurity leading to maritime instability. Now we have the two pictures in the middle giving us a clear picture of flooding situations in Nigeria, both in Delta State and Bayelsa. And these are flood susceptibility regions that you can see in these pictures. The red areas are areas that are flood-prone in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, the effects of climate change on the coast are not only visible, but very devastating. From June to October 2022, the country experienced its worst flooding. In more than a decade, over 600 people lost their lives. 1.4 million people were displaced, and farmlands across 34 states were destroyed. States such as Bayelsa, Delta, and Kogi were transformed into inland seas for weeks. Along that coast, communities in Lagos, Ayotoro are all losing 30 to 40 meters of land each year to the sea. Homes, schools, and even graves have been swallowed by advancing tides. These are not isolated incidents. They represent a national emergency that is eroding livelihoods, displacing families and damaging vital infrastructures. Recent flood susceptibility map, which I earlier indicated, shows much of the Niger Delta, particularly the Buruntu, Wari North, and Wari South at a risk zone. Despite ongoing adaptation efforts, extreme weather events continue to overwhelm existing defenses. The human cost is severe. In 2024 alone, over 1,300 people were affected, and 320 lives were lost to flooding in Lagos. In Lagos, more than 175,000 people were displaced between 2020 and 2023, with economic losses estimated at over $260,000. Now, with incidents of Ghana, the coastline tells a story of both environmental and economic fragility. Nearly 36% of the coast is now classified as very highly vulnerable to erosion, flooding, and sea level rise. Districts such as Jomoru, Cape Coast, Damba East, Keta, and Ketu South are among the hardest hit communities where the sea is advancing faster than we can keep up. So if you look at the region, the red areas are portions that are very prone to flooding compared to the other ones with the green patches, as you can see. These fiscal losses are deeply intertwined with poverty. Many of the most vulnerable coastal zones are those with high poverty and limited livelihood support, creating a dangerous overlap between environmental risk and economic insecurity. Families depend on fishing, and small-scale trade are watching both their homes and incomes disappear to the tides. The consequences are not only environmental, but social. As fishing grounds shrinks and infrastructure erode, young people will migrate off work to search for work, while others will turn to informal and even illicit maritime activities just to survive. The consequences are not only environmental, but social. A fishing ground shrinks and infrastructure erodes. The erosions of opportunity mirrors the erosions of land, both feeding a cycle of vulnerability that threatens long-term stability along the Ghanaian coast. Nigeria's coastline, especially across the Niger Delta, faces one of the highest levels of environmental vulnerability in Africa. Most of the region lies barely above sea level, making it extremely prone to flooding, erosion, and saltwater intrusion. Entire communities in Bayelsa River, Delta State now live under constant threat of displacement as land literally gives way beneath them. But the climate crisis here is also poverty crisis. While Lagos shows some resilience, states like Cross River, Ondo, and Bayelsa have some of the highest multidimensional poverty levels in flood destroys their homes. Millions of people already living on the margins are facing worsening conditions as flood destroys their homes, farmlands, and livelihoods. The social cost is immense. If poverty depends and opportunity disappear, frustration will automatically grow, creating fertile grounds for resource-based conflict, oil theft, and maritime crime. Although there's no connection, both Ghana and Nigeria continue to experience climate incidents in the region, as seen in the table. I wouldn't be able to go through all for the sake of time. Both Ghana and Nigeria have a commendable effort to respond. Ghana's National Climate Change Policy and the recent Ministry of Climate and Sustainability marks important step forward. Sea defense projects have been launched in Adan, Keta, and Axim, but so far, only 38% vulnerable areas are protected. Nigeria's Climate Change Act 2021 established a National Council on Climate Change, and the Deep Blue project integrates naval, air, and land access to strengthen maritime security. However, climate risks are not yet fully integrated into this framework. At the regional level, the ECOWAS framework and the Yaoundé architecture provide platform for corporations on maritime safety and security, but depend heavily on external funding and uneven national participation. Across all levels, the gap remains the same. Climate security policies are still not connected. As we look closer, several challenges become clear. At the national level, climate and security policies remain siloed. Ministries are working separately, leading to overlapping mandates and limited coordination. This weakens our ability to respond to complex, interconnected risks that cross both environmental and security domain. We also face capacity and resource constraints. Many national institutions lack early warning systems or data integration tools to predict and manage coastal risk. As a result, interventions are often reactive than preventive. At the regional level, frameworks such as the Yaoundé architecture are very important, but implementation is always inconsistent. And countries depend too much on external financial support. Climate change, though recognized, is still not fully embedded into our maritime security planning. At the Atlantic level, cooperation is even more limited. There is no unified climate security mechanism linking the Atlantic basin. Data sharing remains weak. Early warning systems are all fragmented, and capacity differences across the region create gaps in preparedness. These divisions between ministries, between nations, and between continents make our maritime domain more vulnerable to both environmental and security shocks. So how do we move forward from here? First, nations or governments must be able to integrate climate risk analysis into their national defense and maritime policies. Security today is not only about our borders and patrol. It's about anticipating the threats that emerge when coastlines disappear, when livelihoods are vanishing, and when communities are forced to move. Second, we also need to place coastal communities at the heart of adaptation. These communities live on front line of change. They understand the ocean's rhythms and the risks better than anyone. Empowering them with training, finance, and technology will build resilience from the ground up. Third, we should also be considering regional and Atlantic level cooperation must evolve from dialogue to coordinated actions. The Atlantic Center, or the Atlantic, should be seen not as a line that separates continents, but as a shared space of responsibility. We need a joint data platform, coordinated surveillance systems, and integrated early warning networks that allow us to predict and prevent climate-induced security together. The Atlantic Center can play a very key leadership role connecting science, defense, and policy communities across the continent, and I think this is a very good platform for all of us here today. This is how we can transform knowledge into action. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is very clear. Climate change is redefining our maritime security. It is no longer enough to protect our ships and ports. We must also protect the ecosystem and coastal communities that sustain them. If we continue to treat climate security as separate issues, we will keep fighting the symptoms instead of addressing the root causes. We need to bridge the gap between science and security, between national and regional actions, and between words and implementation. From Ghana to Nigeria, and then across the entire Atlantic basin, our shared security depends on how we act today. We must invest in resilience, strengthen cooperation, and also ensure that every coastal community has a voice in shaping our collective response. Because in the end, to secure our coast is to secure our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliette. Now, it's my pleasure to give the word to Fahad. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Fahad Azarwal, economist at the Policy Center for the New South. And I would like first to thank the Atlantic Center for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to participate to this important collective project. First of all, this report is important and highly relevant as it addresses pressing and timely issues that of climate change and its implication for security in the Atlantic space. So, in collaboration with Mr. Jamal Mshrouh, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, we have examined the economic impact of the climate change on the African Atlantic Insular States, focusing mainly on Cape Verde and Sao Tome and Principe. So today I will share with you the main findings that, of our chapter, and the presentation is structured in three parts. The first part, we will look at the physical impact. So we will see the concrete changes happening on these islands. And second, we will explore the socio-economic impact and see how these changes affect a key sector of these islands, like tourism, fishery, and also agriculture, and how it leads to issues like poverty and migration. And finally, we will discuss ways to build resilience through integrated policies and international cooperation. So let's begin by understanding why these islands are so important. Small island development states are truly on the front line of climate change. For instance, Cape Verde and Sao Tome and Principe are prime example, because their beautiful yet fragile natural environments and limited economic diversity make them highly vulnerable. They are already experiencing the direct impact of climate change, which affects their economies and makes social problems like poverty and migration much worse. So let's start with the first physical impact that is increasingly the first impact. It is the increasingly water scarcity and the heat and rising heat. So for Cape Verde in the Sahelian zone, receive very little rain, about 250 to 350 millimeter per year. And since 2021, the drought has been described as unprecedented. In fact, its largest dam, Poilau, completely dry up in 2022. And for Sao Tome, projections show temperature could rise by up to 2.84 degrees Celsius by 2100, alongside a significant rainfall deficit. So these droughts are not just environmental, they are also economic, as the World Bank estimates that they could reduce the Cape Verde's GDP by 3.6% by 2050. Next, let's move on to the next physical impacts. So next, the rising ocean pose also an existence threats. The IPCC estimates sea level for Atlantic Africa could rise by 0.3 to 1 meter by the end of this century. This leads to severe coastal erosion. For instance, Sao Tome, for example, experienced shoreline losses of up to 5.2 meters per year in some area between 1918 and 2000. And Cape Verde also facing extensive coastal erosions. So this impact directly threatens critical infrastructure and the valuable tourism sector. And without adaptations, Cape Verde tourism revenue could fall by 10% and its GDP by 3.6% by 2050. Furthermore, salt water intrude into freshwater sources, affecting both drinking water and also agriculture land. Finally, we are seeing, and let's move on to the third physical impact. We are seeing an increase in extreme weather events and severe soil degradation. In Cape Verde, the rainy season brings torrential downpours where 60 to 80% of annual precipitation can fall in just 2 or 3 events. This causes devastation, flash floods, and mudslides, like the 1984 floods that killed about 48 people. In fact, a 2023 survey found that 47% of Cape Verdean believe flood severity has increased since 2017. In Sao Tome, heavy rains lead to frequent landslide, especially on steep slopes, and this event combined with long period of drought cause severe soil erosion, making the land less fertile and productive. So now let's move on to the socio-economic impact. We have two key sectors are highly vulnerable for the two islands. We have tourism and fishing. For tourism, especially for Cape Verde, account for around 25% of GDP, but coastal erosion and water shortages threaten beach resorts and future growth. Fishing is equally vital. In Cape Verde, it provides about 6,000 jobs and makes up 80% of the country's seafood exports. However, United Nations estimate predicts triggering a 45% decline in large pelagic fish biomass by 2100. In Sao Tome and Principe, artisanal fishing supports roughly 30,000 people with fish providing over 50% of the annual protein consumed. So changes in ocean condition mean fewer fish, endangering food security and thousands of livelihoods. So now let's move on to the second social impact. We have economic impact. We have agriculture. So agriculture faces immense pressure, directly impacting food security. In Cape Verde, only 11% of the land is cultivated, and the 2021-2022 season saw virtually zero cereal production due to drought. Even Sao Tome and Principe, despite its fertile soils, struggle with unpredictable rainfall, leading to localized water shortages for food crops. As a result, 42% of Sao Tome households report experiencing seasonal food shortages, and this forced both nations to rely heavily on imports. Cape Verde imports about 80% and 90% of its food, and this dependence makes them too vulnerable to global price hikes, such as the 80% of food inflation that Sao Tome experiences in late 2022, and that's severely impacting the poor households. Also, let's move on to the third social economic impact. So climate change also has profound social consequences, deepening poverty and fueling also illegal migration. When livelihood in farming and fishing disappear, families are pushed into greater poverty. In Sao Tome, we have 10% of households face severe food insecurity. This situation also increases health risks with warmer temperature potentially spreading disease. As a result, many people are forced to move. In Cape Verde, the urban population has surged from 70% in the 1960s to almost 68% today, and the Cape Verdean the diaspora is vast, with 700,000 individuals living abroad, and that is more than its resident population. Sao Tome also saw 80% of its population, or 39,000 immigrants, leave the country in 2020 seeking better opportunities. So now let's look at how these islands can build resilience. So it is important to understand the significant challenges they face. Both countries carry very high public debt, amount 120% of GDP for Cape Verde and 100 for Sao Tome and Principe. For Sao Tome and Principe in particular, rely heavily on external help, with 97% of its public investment budget funded by foreign aid in 2023. And this financial pressure means there is not enough money for vital services like meteorological forecasting, disaster reduction, or improving city planning. Cape Verde alone need an average of $114 million annually until 2030 just to meet its climate and development goal, a huge amount for a small economy. So this raises a question of climate change, that is, this nation who pollute the least are paying the highest price. So what are the solutions? So a key strategy is to integrate the climate action into all development policies. For example, in urban planning, cities like Praia in Cape Verde are investing in drainage system to prevent floods. Also, in agriculture, they are promoting a resilient farming using drought-tolerant seeds, solar micro-irrigation, and agroforestry. IFAD, that is International Fund for Agricultural Development, for instance, has a 90 million euro project in São Tomé and Príncipe, supporting 34,000 farmers with these practices. And for fishery, they are protecting marine area and fighting pollution. São Tomé has even set aside 12 nautical mile zone exclusively for artisanal fishing. Alongside this economic diversification is, alongside this statistic, also we have economic diversification is vital. This means growing new sectors beyond just a few vulnerable ones. Cape Verde developing ecotourism and cultural tourism while both nations are investing in clean energy. For instance, Cape Verde already gets 20 to 25% of its electricity from renewable sources, and São Tomé plans to expand its hydro and solar power. They are also developing niche organic agriculture products like high-end coffee and cocoa to reduce reliance on vulnerable crops. This strategy helps create new jobs and reduce dependence on costly imports. And third, global partnership and the role of the United Nations are crucial. These small states work together through platforms like the Alliance of Small Island States to advocate for climate finance and loss and damage funds, playing a central role at the event like the COP22. They also engage in resilient initiatives like the African Atlantic States Process initiated in 2022 to promote South-South cooperation among Atlantic African states. The United States is a vital partner, bringing concrete financial and technical support. For instance, the FAO with the Green Climate Funds is funding a $500,000 project for Cape Verde's blue economy. And the United Nations Development Programme has a $3 million project in Cape Verde for climate resilience, water management, and is helping São Tomé and Príncipe reduce pesticide use by the 25% by 2030 through its Scala project. IFAD also has a $47 million project in Cape Verde and 19 million euro project in São Tomé and Príncipe, supporting thousands of farmers. So building on this project, the United Nations also urges countries to fully align budgets with climate strategies through comprehensive integrated national financing framework, accelerate direct access to climate funds via green climate funds, accreditation, and reinforce national climate funds and project preparation units, and mobilize private investment through instruments. So in conclusion, so the physical impact of climate change on Cape Verde and São Tomé and Príncipe are not distant threats, but urgent realities. They are progressively eroding the ecological and socio-economic foundation of this nation. We have seen how structural constraints like high public debts that make it harder for these countries to have enough resources to address climate challenges, and also they are too dependent on imports further amplify, and that will amplify their vulnerability. So without robust, integrated and adequately financed strategies, the cascading effect of climate risk will increasingly jeopardize their development prospects. It is therefore essential for national leaders, regional partners, and the international community to continue working together to provide the necessary support, recognizing the specific needs and urgency of the small island development states that is key to crafting a truly resilient and a sustainable future for them. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you all been waiting for, a little break. 20 minutes. We'll be here at 11:10. Right here behind me, there will be our colleague, Marta. Where is Marta? Marta, can you please come here, please? There she is. And right to my left, the coffee break is right behind us. We'll return at 11:10.
are you feeling?
Hopefully you have time to enjoy this.
Okay, perfect. We'll meet again. Nos vamos encontrar ou não?
We have lunch. If you're feeling well, at 1,
Join us.
you will join us for lunch. Text me, okay? The bus will leave from here. Okay?
Are you able to find out the way to the hotel? Are you going there alone? Yeah? Can we take some pictures together?
We can.
Yes, please.
We can.
That would be great.
Okay. Uma foto.
Sim, um fotógrafo. Fotógrafo, alguém que pudesse tirar umas fotografias para nós ficarmos com uma recordação.
Tá bem.
We want to have memories for the future. Absolutely.
Onde é que está o resto do pessoal? Agora estou aqui a ser feliz. Mariana!
Tudo bem?
Estás a gostar?
Muito bem. Hello, this is Juliet, right?
Juliet from Ghana.
Juliet. I'm Mariana from the Embassy of the Netherlands.
Oh,
I'm
If it
so
wasn't
sorry
for
the
Mariana,
delays.
if it was for
Hi.
Mariana and the assistance of the embassy, it would have been difficult
Thank you
to get
so
lunch.
much for all your assistance.
Of
It's really
course,
helped.
of
Thank you.
course. It was such a stress for you, I can only imagine.
And you too, trying to coordinate it all.
Don't worry, it's our job. I'm very happy you're here. It's very nice to meet you.
Obrigada.
Estás
Foi
espetacular.
devido a si.
não
que conseguimos
session, which is continuing a presentation of the Fifth Atlantic Center's report. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break and now ready to drink, if you allow me this expression, more knowledge on climate change and security challenges in the Atlantic. I would like to welcome to the stage Professor Edward Yogo, Colonel William Lyons from Norwich University, Eleanor Defoe from the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs, Capitan Julian Quintero from Colombia's Naval Academy of Strategic Studies, and lastly, our moderator, Professor Sandra Balão, which will also be the chair of the second session. After this session, we'll have our almost final panel, which will be the Atlantic Security Award panel. Please be seated, Professora.
Thank you very much. So we will now call to the podium Professor Edward Yogo, which I welcome. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very glad to be here. And I would like, first of all, to thank the Atlantic Center. I want to thank also Professor, our moderator, our examinator too. I want also to thank Francisco and all the team who made my presence here effective. So it's a great honor, and I'm very delighted to be here. I'm going to discuss on climate change and resource exploitation in the Gulf of Guinea, showing how it is a looming crisis for environmental and economic security in Cameroon. So Cameroon is my case study. So in order to discuss, we are going first of all to have a glance on the impact of climate change and local economies in the coastal Cameroon. And then we are going to see how far there is a broader economic implication of climate change in the Gulf of Guinea. So the context is very simple. Today, the 21st century is marked by a major climate disruption, which threatens global ecological and economic balance. And then this study is conducted by under the Atlantic Center, offering a trans-regional perspective, linking local vulnerabilities to Atlantic-wide dynamics. It's a global observation of what's happening in terms of environmental and climate change concerning our coastal regions. Cameroon focuses a dual challenge, dependence on natural resources and increasing climate vulnerability. Because our coastal communities also are fishing and farming, while national development strategies and oil extraction. So we justify this topic because the research links Cameroon's climate change to broader Atlantic security and environmental concerns. Cameroon represents many of the structural vulnerabilities faced by coastal African nations. So it's a very good case study. Our research question is to know how does the interplay between climate change and resource exploitation affect food and economic security in coastal Cameroon. The preliminary answer will be that the convergence of climate impacts and unsustainable exploitation accelerates environmental degradation, undermining food and security resilience. As far as the impact of climate change is concerned, we state three things. As far as marine resources and fisheries are concerned, first of all, we think that rising sea temperatures and overfishing deplete fish stocks. We are going to show how. We also think that artisanal fishermen face reduced income and longer, riskier trips. And then food security declines as fish prices rise and nutrition drops. As far as depletion is concerned, depletion of fish stocks is concerned, we notice that fish populations are rapidly declining due to warming seas, overfishing, and illegal industrial activities. In areas such as Kribi, these towns are coastal towns in Cameroon. We have some 10 regions. We have Kribi, Limbe, Campo, Douala, Edea, which are in the littoral region of our country, littoral and south region of our country. So in those areas, changing water temperature disrupts reproduction and migration cycles, reducing fish availability and weakening marine ecosystems. Artisanal fishermen now travel longer, riskier, and more expensive routes for smaller catches, creating a tragedy of the commons that results in income loss, economic instability, and social disintegration. You can see those women how they are roasting fish. I can assure you that it's the sweetest roasted fish in the world. If you go to Cameroon, just go and taste it in Kribi. Don't miss that opportunity. So economic impact on coastal communities. Here, fishing sustains thousands of families, especially within the informal economy. So the decline in catches has caused job losses, especially among women involved in fish processing and marketing in Bimbia, for instance, in Kribi and Limbe. Because this is especially women who roast fish in Kribi. This is exactly what they usually do. So as far as fish and food security is concerned, the link. Fish remain the main source of animal protein for coastal populations, up to 70% of protein intake in Kribi and Douala. Declining stocks and rising prices weaken households' food security, particularly for women and children. Thus, the fisheries crisis is ecological, economic, nutritional, underscoring the need for sustainable fisheries management and community-based conservation. Key takeaways. Climate change and unexploitation and overexploitation jointly erode biodiversity, economic stability, and food system. This is an ecological, economic, and social crisis that threatens national cohesion. Urgent need for stronger governance, marine protection, and livelihood diversification. On the point concerning agriculture and food security, we state three things. Coastal erosion and saltwater intrusion reduce arable lands. Cassava, maize, and plantain yields decline due to erratic rains. Food insecurity increases in vulnerable coastal communities, but we are not really aware of that in our way of living, of all those points. Coastal Cameroon, notably the littoral and southwest regions, faces severe land degradation due to a sea level rise, coastal erosion, and saltwater intrusion. Fertile lands are shrinking, threatening subsistence farming and local food sovereignty. Coastal erosion and sea level rise. Kribi, Limbe, Douala, Campo are perfect illustration of the fact that erosion and flooding are transforming once productive lands into saline waterlands, wastelands, I mean. The loss of mangroves removes natural protection and accelerates ecological imbalance. Communities are losing ancestral lands and cultural identity, while weak policy implements worsen crisis. There is also socio-economic implication. Falling yields push farmers into poverty and rural-urban migration towards Douala, which is the economic capital, because Yaoundé is the political capital. agricultural food security link, the simultaneous decline in marine and agricultural productivity forms a double food crisis. Food availability and affordability are now political and governance challenges, testing state capacity and resilience. Adaptation pathways proposition. Promote climate resilient agriculture and community land management. Restore mangroves and strengthen natural coastal defenses. Support farmers through early warning systems, credit access, and training. Align national policies with local realities for better adaptation. Let's see now the broader economic implications of climate change in the Gulf of Guinea. As concerns oil and gas exploitation, we think oil contributes heavily to Cameroon's GDP. We don't think, that's the fact. GDP, but causes marine pollution. Offshore extraction harms fisheries and public health. The paradox, short-term growth versus long-term ecological loss. We have to choose, or we have to find a middle way. As concerns the first point on economic dependence on hydrocarbons, oil, gas are central to Cameroon GDPs, as I said, fiscal revenue and infrastructure investment, but the volatility of global markets exposes the economy to shocks. Coastal communities in Kribi, Campo, rarely benefit from oil wealth. Instead, they face poverty, pollution, and environmental degradation. As concerns the environmental impact on exploitation, offshore drilling causes oil spills, gas flaring, and marine habitat destruction. Artisanal fisheries, crucial for food security, are hit hard and declining biodiversity, and pollution also threatens public health via contaminated seafood containing heavy metals and hydrocarbons. The growth degradation paradox. Oil provides short-term revenue, but at the cost of long-term ecological damage. Ecosystems are deteriorating. Forgive my bad English, my broken English. Fish stocks are collapsing, and agricultural productivity is falling. That's the strategic implication that we show. We are at a strategic crossroad. Extractive path on one side, sustainable transition on the other. Under sustainable transition, we need community resilience, environmental governance, better environmental governance, and economic diversification. Under extractive path, risk, ecological risk, and social collapse. We must think about it. The interconnection between resource exploitation and food security makes me think three things. Marine and land exploitation worsen food security, insecurity. Oil spills and soil contamination reduce yields and fish stocks. And wake regulation heightens community vulnerability. As concerns the first point on environmental degradation and food insecurity, we state that unsustainable exploitation of marine and terrestrial resource destabilizes food systems. Marine impacts, overfishing, oil spills, toxic drilling, waste, reduce fish stocks and protein availability. On oil exploitation and food security, offshore oil activity near Kribi, for instance, and Campo, causes marine contamination, loss of fish and habitats, and pollution of farmlands. I've noticed one thing is that since we have also the Kribi port, now the sand at the sea used to be white. Now it's beginning black, just because there is an intense activity somewhere in the sea. Challenges for sustainable resource management. Fragmented policies across environment, agriculture, and energy sectors hinder coordination. climate risk, irregular rainfall, erosion, salinization worsen these dynamics. An integrated approach is needed based on cross-sectoral collaboration, inclusive participation of local communities, investment in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and ecosystem restoration. I don't know the problem with renewable energy. We have sun, I don't know. We have sun, and I don't know what's blocking. Transparent regulation to protect people and their ecosystems. We want to conclude by saying that Cameroon's coastal regions face a dual crisis: climate change and unsustainable resource exploitation, we've been saying. Key impacts: erosion, sea level rise, pollution, biodiversity loss, threatened fisheries, agriculture, food security. The littoral and southwest regions are most affected. Cameroon stands at a crossroad between extractive dependence and sustainable development. There is a need for stronger governance, renewable investment, and local empowerment. Our key recommendations are climate-resilient fisheries management to promote sustainable fishing practices, restore mangroves, and support aquaculture to preserve marine biodiversity and ensure long-term food security. Sustainable agriculture and soil protection to encourage climate-smart farming techniques and reforestation to combat soil erosion, improve yields, and strengthen food resilience. Active participation of local communities, empower local actors, especially women and youth, in resource management and decision-making to enhance ownership and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, only integrated and inclusive governance can ensure environmental protection, food security, and economic stability in Cameroon's Gulf of Guinea. Now let me speak Portuguese. Obrigado.
Dr. Eduardo Diogo, I missed to present you briefly, so just for the public to know. He is a lecturer researcher at University of Yaoundé too. Is an international expert in peace, security, and defense with over 20 years of experience in strategic analysis, security governance, and conflict management in Central Africa and the Lake Chad Basin. He holds a PhD in political science and specializes in political military groups and state reconstruction processes. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. Captain Julian Quintero, the floor is yours. I'm going to present briefly Capitan Quintero. With 18 years of experience in military leadership, human resource management, leadership in scientific expeditions, and the direction of public projects, he has commanded naval and river units, led educational war games at the strategic decision-making level, and served as a university professor of oceanography and hydrography. He currently specializes in studying decision-making at the operational and strategic levels and in integrating artificial intelligence and data science into the maritime security and defense domains, promoting innovation and efficiency in public management. Captain Quintero, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, good morning, esteemed colleagues from the Atlantic community. So right now I'm thinking about the jet lag and how it reminds me how far can I be, but also the Atlantic Center efforts reminds me how close can we be. And today I'll bring this presentation. It's a research that it's been a work for the past 10 months among 3 countries. As you can see in my presentation, I included the pictures of my colleagues, the ones that I worked with, the Lieutenant Commander Juan Carlos Adriansen from the Peruvian Navy, and the Lieutenant Commander Luis Delgado from the Paraguayan Navy. And this research involves how the technology can be integrated into the public efforts through 3 different models that have a common sense that is very related with the climate change challenges. So for the evolving security state, it is worth to mention that for the navies is a well-common picture of the whole gray holes and kinetic force, conventional warfare. But right now in South America, we're facing different challenges that involves regular warfare, irregular tactics, gray zone areas, and how is this related with environmental issues. As you can see in the left picture, it is what we are used to see for the past decades. But right now, in the right picture, we face different threats: illegal mining, illegal fishing, and furthermore, many other criminal activities that involves different kind of actions, extraordinary sources of efforts that every state should be facing. This study involves 3 different countries. And I've chosen a country that it has a navy landlocked. I've chosen a country that has a navy into the Pacific, and I've chosen a navy that has both Pacific and Atlantic. And what do we have in common? What we have in common is the securitization theory, which involves how it can be applied, a theory of securitization among these kind of threats, because the climate change is a multiplier, a threat multiplier. Therefore, Paraguay, Peru, and Colombia share these kind of threats by taking in consideration the responsibilities that this Navy has, not only at sea, but also at rivers. And as you can see, one clear example that South America has is the model that Brazil has adopted to defend the Amazon. That's so the climate change and naval defense is related, especially in South America through the necessities and by understanding how the common threats involves these kind of issues and how the public entities and the public efforts have seen what could be a focus into this. Also, a reminder that the El Niño, it's a clear example on how it affects all the efforts through operations like humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, among others. So for the evolving threat calculus, as we can see in this picture, the securitization is not merely an academic exercise. It is a political process. The process, it defines the scope. So as you can see on the left part of this diagram, the environmental problem, the resource scarcity, is also a sovereignty problem. Therefore, it should be considered as an existential threat. That's so the securitizing act is what legitimizes the state to mobilize extraordinary measures like the responsibility in areas of jurisdiction for the military forces to act as it. We have the capabilities to attend these kind of efforts. Therefore, the public entities should consider it as a whole model, including the military forces. This has been quite a discussion in South America, because there are countries that doesn't see it that way. This year we conducted a wargaming session which involved this kind of threats into a scenario. And countries like Chile or Argentina doesn't see it that way. But their conclusion was that they were starting to thinking into including this into their doctrine, because the irregular warfare and the gray zones related with the dual-use technologies is getting into it. So the extraordinary measures, which involves the efforts from the military forces, are only related if the political efforts and focus see it that way. The political decision determines the response. The three models that I'm including in this research is one, Colombia, which involves the militarized enforcement. The model two, it's Paraguay, which includes the security infrastructure. And the model three is the techno-governance from Peru. So for Colombia, we have a whole diversity of responsibilities for the Navy. Coast Guard, riverine patrolling, also the seas. So our many tasks that we involve, including the irregular warfare that we have with the guerrilla for more than 50 years of war, internal warfare, it's very closely related to irregular warfare and gray zones. Therefore, the environmental issues through criminal activities like illegal mining, deforesting the mangroves, seeing how it can be related with the coastal, the littoral communities, or the illegal fishing, it's a problem that concerns us a lot. So we've included all our efforts into this kind of a scenario, into the Pacific and the Atlantic. But furthermore, the naval personnel is also included into the innovation and technology institutions that is very close related to the industry, like Cotecmar. Right now, we're building ships, ocean patrol vessels, frigates, different kind of patrol vessels that can be included into the river areas, and so on. But the maritime regulation is also from the Navy personnel. So this maritime regulation, like Paraguay and Peru, are very close related to the sources of the data that fulfill the facts. That's all. The scientific research is also a responsibility of the Navy personnel. And of course, the naval assets that we have in order to execute and control all these kind of efforts. For Paraguay, Paraguay has a very stretched relationship with the critical infrastructure that is very close to the river. So their efforts are being included into a public model that enables them to use their forces and their tasks to protect their critical infrastructure. As we can see, the dam, I think it's dam, I think is the proper word. I'm sorry for my bad English. But the dam, it's one of the critical infrastructures that Paraguay protects right now. And it's also related to how it can be an effort between a public entity and industry. Also to remind that the doctrine that they've been involving includes an investment from the private sector to sustain the naval capability efforts. Also, it's a large-scale engineering project which involves many years into the sustainment of the Navy, and as a strategic gap, it can help to innovate and renovate the assets from the Peruvian Navy. And lastly, the techno-governance from Peru. They've been involving a lot of efforts into the ISR, Intelligence, Search and Recognition, through satellite systems. And these satellite systems can be used to help fisheries, to help health control, and to assist humanitarian disaster relief operations. All including the Navy, the Peruvian Navy, into this part of the whole model. This is an example of the triple helix that I'm talking about. All the presentation I've been talking about 3 navies that have different kind of responsibilities, but has a common model, a public model, that is being related into the necessities of environmental issues, that is strictly related to climate change, and how the public entities, how the industry and private sector, and how the academy can work together. Yeah, like I explained before, the Peruvian Navy, that also has capacities to build ships, it's pretty much sustained through this kind of public method, this kind of public model, which involves a great sustain to help that innovation. So for the recommendations for the Atlantic community, it will be to proactively keep fostering the Helix ecosystem build collaborative platforms, joint task efforts, research centers, tech industry. It is important to realize that the military efforts can't adopt the innovation by themselves. We cannot. We cannot go at the same pace as the technological industry can. Therefore, we are technological consumers. If we don't understand that now, it will be very hard for us to understand how can we adopt newer technologies. For the operationally, prioritize the dual-use surveillance and data governance, investing in satellites usage, drones, data analytics, and data governance frameworks, expands the naval missions to include environmental monitoring. We cannot sustain these kind of capacities by ourselves. Therefore, we need to consider this kind of public models in order to make it work. And lastly, strategically, it extends the scope into the natural strategic point of view. Because if the policies, the public policies, doesn't see it that way and doesn't think into the urgent need to protect the environmental assets, strategical assets of a state, it's not going to respond that way. So for conclusion, this really great breakfast talk that I had this morning with one of the colleagues of this event, he mentioned something that kept into my mind. And the scientist keeps relying on hope. But thinking into the strategic and seeing a change, a call to action that the Atlantic Center right now is thinking of, is what we should keep trying. Therefore, we need to understand that we cannot work isolated. The network is the best that we could think of in the strategic level. I just brought to you a different kind of model that includes the triple helix: government, academy, and industry, and how it can be related among many other countries. This will be the last conclusion of this research. Therefore, I would like to bring it again, the triple helix model. Maybe some of you might have doubts. That's why I included this slide to see how it can be applied. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Quintera. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Colonel Retired William Lyons, which is a licensed attorney and professional engineer focused on the nexus between climate resilience, sustainability, and human security. He is the Associate Dean for Security, Diplomacy, and Defense Programs for the College of Graduate and Continuing Studies at Norwich University in Northfield, the Director of the Center for Global Resilience and Security, the site director for the New England University Transportation Center, and professor of practice in engineering. Recently, he was nominated Vice President for Distance Learning. William Lyons, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Emir Baganza, Professor Balau, the distinguished guests and colleagues of the Atlantic Center, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to you today. While I am an environmental lawyer and a civil engineer, today I'll be talking to you from the perspective of 31 years as a U.S. Army intelligence officer and presenting the topic of how the nexus between climate change, migration in the Sahel, terrorism is affecting the Western Africa and Europe and along the Atlantic coast. So the nexus between the very difficult strategic security problems associated with the Sahel, which we don't associate with necessarily the Atlantic, but how that's affecting, in very, very clear terms, the Atlantic and our security posture throughout West Africa and North Africa and Europe. So here's our agenda. I'm going to skip a little bit forward. Our distinguished keynote speaker laid the groundwork very well for my first few slides. And I will apologize in advance that my slides are very text-heavy. I apologize for that. I have no artistic skill whatsoever. Didn't pick up that skill, so I'll try to skip a lot of the text. It'll be on the screen, but I'll speak more to it. So many of you have talked about the threat multiplier. Sherry Goodman, who's a good friend of Norwich University's and of course a distinguished scholar in this topic, has been talking about the threat multiplier for quite some time. And she served in a very high role in the United States Department of Defense. And while our government in the United States is not so friendly to this topic these days, I think it's important to note that people like Sherry were out in front of this topic a long time ago. And she recently, just last year, published a book on this topic, so it's a great read. I recommend it to you. So the Sahel is a geographic region just south of the Sahara Desert and extends all the way from West Africa to East Africa and represents an arid, semi-arid climate in between the more arid environments of Central Africa and the North African deserts. You can see some of the numbers here, and again, I don't want to belabor this topic because it was presented quite succinctly by our keynote speaker, but one of the things that I want to point out here is that a 10% decrease in seasonal rainfall correlates with a 15 to 20% increase in migration flows. Now, this is the nexus of what my security interests, where they lie. This is a very significant issue for the political environment in Europe today. It's a very significant issue for the security forces of West Africa and, of course, Western Europe, and extending all the way through Europe. So quite a very important topic, and that's the origin of the topic. However, while it's a big issue for Europe and for West Africa, most of these migratory flows, as one of our earlier presenters talked about, are actually being stored in the countries where they originate. So much of it is interstate rather than intrastate. Intrastate rather than interstate in terms of migration. But that cannot last forever. There is an absorption rate within the region that will reach saturation at some point. And when that saturation rate is reached, we will have very significant security issues that no amount of policy today is going to be able to anticipate. And I'm also today going to talk a little bit about the nexus of this particular issue with narrative intelligence and how it affects policy throughout the region. Okay. Not going. Okay, did it go? Did I miss it? Oh, it did. I'm sorry. All right. This point this way? Ah, okay. So the Atlantic route from West Africa to Europe is of particular importance for those who emigrate to Europe. So that Atlantic route, which goes all the way over to West Africa, goes through Sao Tome and Principe, all the way up the west coast of Africa, along the west coast of Europe, is a very important route for those trying to reach Europe. African irregular migration to Europe dropped from 282,000 in 2023 to 146,000, largely due to security policies in West Africa and Europe. However, as I pointed out earlier, that's only going to become a more intense issue as time goes on. And the Canary Islands saw an 18% in arrivals to almost 27,000 in 2023, fueled by departures from Mauritania. So these are, again, very important links along the Atlantic coast from West Africa up to Europe. And then the irregular migration in Europe in 2024 included a significant amount from Guinea, which topped the list in 2023 with approximately 21,000 individuals. So that's a very significant migration flow. So migration is an adaptation technique for climate change, and we need to see it as a migration, as a adaptation. And mobility has always been how people adapt to these security problems. They move. When they no longer have the security they need to raise their families, raise crops, raise their livestock, they'll move in order to find a place where they feel safe. And leaving home often means losing out financially and socially. So you're leaving behind your culture, you're leaving behind the things that you are tied to your identity. And so this is a very significant issue, both from a security point of view, but also a socioeconomic point of view. Okay, terrorism and violent extremism, I think this was covered very well earlier, but there's a very well documented nexus between climate change, migration, and terrorism. The short story is that when people are uprooted, they need to be able to support themselves. They become very easy recruitment centers for groups that are looking to promote insecurity, whether they're doing that for religious reasons, for geopolitical reasons, or purely for criminal reasons. But that nexus is a fairly well-established nexus, and I don't want to dwell on that too much today because we have a limited amount of time. So, how is the European Union responding to this? Of course, the European Union in policy remains very committed to accommodating migration because they recognize the humanity associated with that accommodation. However, we do know that political issues in Europe have created very challenging circumstances to allow that migratory flow to happen, and various attempts have been made to limit that migratory flow. For instance, Niger adopted laws under very heavy pressure from the EU, and as a result, the 2016 migrant flows through Agadez fell from 330,000 to 70,000 per year in 2017, touted by a victory by European policymakers. So I'm not sure that I would declare that a victory, but it is the intended result of their policy changes. And the EU has historically significantly supported counterterrorism activities in North Africa, in West Africa, and the Sahel, with a goal of limiting, again, these migratory flows. And the EU is Africa's leading security partner, contributing more than 90% of the African Union's budget for peace operations. It's a very significant contribution. The EU has conducted 3 military missions in order to try to do training and create a security force, particularly in West Africa, that can reduce migratory flows. All right. So the G5 Sahel was created. This G5 was intended to be a locally based security force designed to combat violent extremism and to reduce the migratory flows, and again, with all of this back to a climate security nexus where these migratory flows are created by climate change. And that G5 was intended to combat multiple terrorist organizations which were really plaguing the Sahel, in particular in the G5 Sahel countries, which are Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger. And of course, I say they made up the G5 Sahel. They no longer make up the G5 Sahel because it was dissolved as a result of coup in 3 of those countries, and the remaining countries dissolved the alliance immediately afterwards. However, when it was in effect, the joint force created quite a bit of concentration of forces and was very well funded by the EU with the intent of limiting migratory flows. It is a shame that the security conditions in the Sahel went dramatically in the opposite direction than where everybody was hoping. So my scientific approach for this research was to look at all of these issues through a narrative intelligence lens. I used a contributory cause framework rather than claiming direct causation. And despite routine declarations that Sahelian terrorism to climate and environmental factors, available scientific evidence does not allow us to determine whether and what climatic factors impact and how conflict impacts terrorism. So there are a lot of temporal gaps in our studies, and my intent was to fill some of those gaps from a narrative intelligence point of view. So what is narrative intelligence? Narrative intelligence is the systematic study of how stories shape understanding of decision-making and collective action. And it offers a powerful lens for comprehending these phenomena and their security implications. Narrative intelligence encompasses the ability to recognize, analyze, and strategically employ the stories that drive human behavior and how we can develop our policies around that. Okay, this approach recognizes that security challenges are not merely objective phenomena, but are fundamentally shaped by how they are understood, communicated, and acted upon. So we deal often in facts in science, but this is not traditional science. This is a very qualitative approach to understanding how people interpret the data and respond to the data, and particularly how that data is affecting policies throughout the West Africa and the European Union. Stories tell about climate change, migration, and terrorism directly influence policy responses, public support, and the effectiveness of security measures. This climate change, migration, terrorism nexus is perhaps the most complex narrative challenge in contemporary security discourse. It emphasizes a long-term gradual changes punctuated by extreme events, but this temporality conflicts with political and media cycles that favor immediate dramatic stories. We all like the punchline, we all like the quick hits in social media, but as we all know, climate change is a slow-moving thing, and climate change policy is equally slow-moving, and we're trying to get ahead of the narrative when we're talking about narrative intelligence. Systemic risk narrative emphasizes cascading failures across interconnected systems from supply chains to financial markets. And it focuses on opportunities for building resilience and new opportunities for cooperation. Narrative intelligence suggests effective climate security strategies require an understanding and engaging with multiple story frameworks simultaneously. I don't know about you, I have teenage children. They cannot do anything for more than 2 minutes. So there's any kind of a long story that they need to follow is very challenging. And I would submit that the vast majority of us are now also on that cycle of very short piece of information to digest. So we're all digesting a story, but 30 seconds at a time. And it's hard to put together a 30 seconds at a time story that links climate change, migration, terrorism, and migration policy in Europe. And that's exactly the difficulty that we're facing in trying to tell the story. In addition, recognizing how different communities experience and narrate climate impacts is very challenging. We have very different constituencies throughout the Sahel. We have very different constituencies in Western Africa in the Canary Islands and Cabo Verde, and we have very different constituencies in Europe, particularly Western Europe versus Eastern Europe. So we're trying to tell the same story to all those different constituencies, and those different constituencies are hearing it very differently from their own little narrative intelligence lens. So even if we're telling one coherent story, there are several different versions of that story being heard, no matter what we say, and it's very challenging for us to tell a cohesive story. So I conducted my research using a platform called CIRIS. That's a risk intelligence platform. I use a Boolean equation to determine the number of public media postings and social media postings relating climate change, migration, terrorism, and policy in Europe. And I came up with a pretty significant amount of hits. I think it's on here someplace. It's about 150 hits in the last 90 days, just for context, right? So reporting indicates that African migrants are pawns in European countries' domestic political struggles. That's what the message that's being told in Eastern Europe is, that African migrants are actually just a pawn in a large pool of reporting. Center-right parties appease growing anti-migrant sentiment by adopting the rhetoric and policies of national conservative and far-right parties. And that's based on a narrative that people are coming from Africa are terrorists and don't have a place in Europe because they don't belong. So there should be no migration. 6 EU member states currently have far-right leaders, and national xenophobic rhetoric is no longer attained to the fringes of the European Union. And a lot of this is driven by reporting and public discourse on migration coming from Africa that's originates based on climate change issues. Framing of migrants as a threat to national security or a country's national identity legitimizes violence against them and enables them. European Union nations understand that climate change significantly impacts migration patterns, particularly in the Sahel zone, West Africa, and the Maghreb, necessitating urgent policy responses. And the UNHCR estimates that 1.2 billion people, thank you very much, 1.2 billion people are at risk of climate-related migration. That's a massive number, and I don't think that any of the current policy responses, and I'm getting the high sign, so I'll try to wrap up quickly. So, European Institute of the Mediterranean estimates that up to 13 million people in North Africa may be displaced by 2050, which is 6% of their population. In the Sahel and West Africa, projections suggest 86 million people could be forced to move within national boundaries. And as I mentioned before, that will get saturated at some point. The EU understands that Russian hybrid warfare in the Sahel is also contributing to this problem, and this information is a particular kind of Burkina Faso. Conclusions, I'll focus principally at this point on the Atlantic. This continued migration problem from climate change will continue to influence European elections, and the European elections are going to create a vice on West Africa, the Atlantic, and the western part of Europe that's accepting these migrants. And that vice is going to continue to clamp down on this particular issue, and we don't really know where that vice is going to break. But sooner or later, there's going to be a break where that vice is, and it will create unsustainable, if not already unsustainable, but unsustainable security issues. Continued migration will inevitably provide pressure along the Atlantic coast of Africa, the Canary Islands, and the Iberian Peninsula. And narrative intelligence suggests that effective security strategies must engage with the fundamental human capacity for storytelling. And I'll leave it there. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I'm going now to give the floor for our last, but not the least, speaker of today's presentation of the Atlantic Center report. Eleanor Dufault is a researcher at the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs, where she specializes in strategic and security issues related to climate change within the Climate, Environment and Security Programme. She holds a master's degree in European Affairs from the Institut d'études politiques de Paris, Sciences Po, where she studied the European Union's external action with a particular focus on European policies in the Middle East. Eleonore, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sandra. So I'm going to make my presentation a little bit shorter because we're running out of time, so I won't have the time to talk to you about everything, but I'd be glad to exchange with all of you later. As Sandra said, my name is Eleonore Dufaux. I'm a research fellow in Paris, and I'm going to present you today the French HDR operations, also called Humanitarian Assistance and Disaster Relief Operation, conducted after Hurricane Irma in 2017 in the Caribbean islands of Saint-Martin and Saint-Barthélemy. As you all may have seen, we have some very recent tragic news regarding climate change, and especially a hurricane, as Hurricane Melissa struck Jamaica and the Northern Caribbean a few days ago, leaving the islands completely destroyed with heavy damages. And we have seen the army, local army, and the US Army mobilized to help local population deliver aid, restore order. And this is this is the context in which I wanted to talk to you about the French operation. Because as we discussed a little bit this morning, climate change is transforming the Atlantic into a permanent theater of crisis management. And the army are going to be more and more solicited, asked to intervene. So my goal during this operation, by revisiting this operation, was to identify lessons that can strengthen the readiness and the coordination capacities of Atlantic armed forces in the face of an accelerating cycle of climate-induced disasters. So, what I found during this study is that Hurricane Irma devastated the French Caribbean islands of Saint-Martin and Saint-Barthélemy in early September 2017. The French military was pre-positioned on the island before the hurricane and also on other French Caribbean islands to be able to respond as quickly as possible to the disaster. They were mobilized within hours to restore order, deliver emergency aid, and to assist with reconstruction, as civilian protection authorities were completely overwhelmed. As a whole, the operation lasted for a few weeks. More than 800 military personnel were deployed. This is one of the biggest HDR operations that the army conducted. The response involved 2 naval frigates and several helicopters, and a few days later, after the passage of the second and the third hurricane, an amphibious carrier called the Tonnerre was sent from mainland France to assist with reconstruction and to reinforce the army's effort to deliver emergency aid. This operation revealed many major structural and situational constraints, and this is why I want to talk to you about today. It showed limited pre-positioned forces and airlift capacity. It also showed that the infrastructure are very, very vulnerable to any type of climate shocks. The prefecture, the administration, the ports, the airports, but also the hospitals were completely damaged, and it took a very long amount of time to rebuild and to be able to conduct basic, essential public services. Also, severe communication breakdowns. Of course, the electricity was cut off, so you have to improvise to talk to other people, to talk to the civil authorities, to talk to the other countries that are in the region. And second, not second, but lastly, there were social tensions and environmental constraints. As I said, 2 other hurricanes were announced, and it provoked the delay of the delivering of aid. So it caused social tensions, looting, and misinformation that really challenged the Army's operation. From this experience, the French military identified several key lessons that I want to share with you today. First, there is a need for a better anticipation and planning of such operations. So early warning systems and pre-positioning were essential and were functioning, but they were not enough. Also, and it's particular maybe for the French, but pre-positioning of militaries were unsustainable and insufficient. They had to call for reinforcement from the mainland territories that took several days, almost 10, to arrive, which challenged the local militaries and civil protection services. Also, what they learned is that interagency coordination is critical. Of course, you have to coordinate with civil and military agencies, and it was a bit hard at the time because communication was down. So the experience led to the creation of a dedicated internal HCDR manual and standardized procedure. Other lesson learned concerns communication, of course, and multinational cooperation, and I want to stress that. It's the Caribbean, a very particular area, because you had in this very small space, the French, the Dutch, the British, and the US operating at the same time, side by side. So it was very beneficial, of course, to be able to rely on your allies, but there are also logistics challenges, and you have to learn to work together to be able to enhance cooperation. And to end, I want to talk to you about strategic recommendation that I was able to write in this paper and on my research. Building on these lessons, several communications can be extended to the broader, I think, Atlantic community. First of all, there is a need to clarify the role of armed forces in climate disaster response, because it is not their first mission to protect people in the event, in the face of climate events. So you have to think about what you want to mission the army to do, and how, and with how much money. Because if you want the army to be more and more called upon to respond, they have to be able to respond correctly with the sufficient amount of capacity and human and material. Then there is the need to strengthen regional resilience, to build redundant and autonomous response capacities, including prepositioned stocks of humanitarian aid, amphibious logistics, to be able to land on beaches safely and quickly. And finally, to reinforce the resilience of infrastructure. They can be military or civilian or communication or logistics, but you have to build more resilient infrastructures that can resist any type of climate events, sorry. I want to also stress that I think it's important to enhance transatlantic cooperation in the context of climate disaster response. What could be very interesting is to establish a shared Atlantic disaster coordination framework in the response to climate change disasters with NATO allies, the EU, Canada, the US, Caribbean countries, but also African countries. There are some very interesting regional organizations that are already acting on emergency response, but we should, and we it's very important, I think, that we connect all of these regional organizations. There is one in the EU, there is one in the Caribbean. Management crisis should be transatlantic and not only regional. And finally, we should invest in knowledge sharing and joint training. For example, the French reinforce their exercises called Caraïbes, which is a joint army exercises to respond to climate change disasters. And we should expand this type of exercises and strengthen them. To conclude, as Hurricane Melissa tragically reminds us, climate shocks are intensifying faster than our ability to respond. So we have to enlarge our response, not respect borders, because climate change doesn't. The French experience after Hurricane Irma shows that militaries can play a decisive role in saving lives, but they have to be prepared, they have to get enough human material, financial support, and capabilities. And our ability to respond collectively to these challenges will determine not only how we manage this type of events, but also how we, as societies, as communities, stay resilient in the face of a very uncertain climate future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to this amazing panel. That was it from Atlantic Center report. And now we'll move to the final panel before the closing remarks, which is the Atlantic Security Award panel. So it is my honor to welcome to the stage the researchers of this Atlantic Security Award and their moderator, Leonor Barroso, and Kai Cesar and João Reis. Please welcome to the stage. And you guys, please give floor to the Flood Security Awards panel. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon already. Good afternoon, dear coordinator of the Atlantic Center, Rear Admiral Noronha de Bragança, and dear Ambassador Ana Paula Zacarias. Yes, you're still here. I saw you before. Director of the Instituto Diplomático, and dear Professor Isabel Nunes, Director of the National Defense Institute. I will be, and dear friends, of course, I will be very brief because we are running short of time, and I think it's very much more interesting to hear from the researchers. Just a brief presentation of what this award is and what are we doing here in this panel. So my name is Leonor Barroso. I work at FLAD, the Luso-American Development Foundation. We are a Portuguese foundation dedicated to the transatlantic relationship, the development of Portugal through the relationship with the United States. So, and this is why we came together with institutions such as the National Defense Institute and the Atlantic Center to create this award, the Atlantic Security Award. The point of this award, and the Atlantic Center and the National Defense Institute came to us with this idea: let's promote more knowledge on the Atlantic security. Let's do something to that Portugal can be leading this initiative to promote more dialogue and more research and evidence-based knowledge on the Atlantic security. So this is why we're here today. This is why we launched this award. It's been working for 4 years now, and we have 8 researchers already benefiting from this award, and so this multiplies the impact of the award. And just a brief note about the researchers that we have here. I think it's more than I can speak about their specific projects. They are still starting these projects, so they are still in the first stages of the project, so more you'll hear about their proposals and what they plan to do in the coming months. The project will last for 8 months. They started just in September, so there's still a lot to go. As you will see, they have very different backgrounds, but that also speaks to what we want out of these awards. This is a broad scope. We don't see just we see security and see the Atlantic in a broad scope in this award, and the profile of the researchers always also is a testament to this. So we have here first Caio César. Caio is an assistant researcher in chemical oceanography at the University of Algarve, where he leads the research group ECHO, and then he also has a master in marine biology and a PhD in oceanography. His project, as you will see, and he'll speak more about it, will focus on deep sea mining areas in the Atlantic and looking for strategies for environmental protection and sustainability management, and so thus contributing to sound knowledge on issues that need to be addressed and are actually being increasingly addressed, as is the case also, as we will see, with João. João served in the Portuguese Armed Forces for 24 years, and he's currently working as a professor at Universidade Lusófona here in Lisbon, and he's also led several international scientific projects in the field of security and defense. His project focuses on hybrid threats in the space domain, and you know that just as deep mining and as we see from both projects, they represent opportunities, but they also carry challenges that we need to address before we start even to take stock of the opportunities that we can take from here. And they are both very complete projects, and projects that will allow us to take the first steps to have sound knowledge on what we must do going forward. So without further ado, over to you, Caio, and I don't know if probably we don't have time for questions in the end, but they are very nice, and you can catch them after, and they will answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here during the lunchtime. I'm really sorry to be in the middle of this. It's an honor to receive this award. It's incredible for me, like a researcher, a Brazilian researcher that lives here in Portugal. I started my contract in SEMAR, in University of Algarve, in the beginning of this year. This microphone is a little bit far. This way is okay for you? Yeah. And the name of the project is Mapping and Monitoring Potential Deep Sea Mining Areas in Atlantic, Strategies for Environmental Protection and Sustainable Management. So thank you, FLOD, Atlantic Center, and also National Defense Institute. Thank you, Leonor. So as she said, I have a relation with the ocean. So I am an oceanographer, I am master in marine biology, I am also environmental engineering. My PhD was in oceanography, and I also was studying my postdoc in Cezanne University of Aveiro. And I am also a specialist in nautical science by the Merchant Navy in Brazil, where I was working during 8 years of my life. So I was like conducting the ship. I was the navigational officer during this period in the oil and gas industry. This is why I love the ocean, and I know how important the ocean is for us, and also the Atlantic. I'm working with the Atlantic since the beginning of my first graduation with marine pollution. And in the PhD, I was working with the edges that came from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, and how important this ocean is for me, because I have all my career working in this ocean. And I bring this because when I started my position in SEMAR, my permanent position, I was so glad and happy. And then I saw this Atlantic Security Award, and I sent my proposal, and I was, okay, maybe I will not be approved. But this project tells the story about my career in the Navy, in the oceanography, in marine biology, in the Atlantic. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And now I am the head of this group, Ecotoxicology and Chemical Oceanography, where I'm working with deep sea mining and also with polar areas. Another project that I was working, I was working with the International Seabed Authority, who regulates the exploration of the deep sea mining and the seabed exploration. And after one training, I was invited to be a judge in one conference in France, and also to this amazing expedition in the Indian Ocean with the Koreans, the Korean Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. I was the oceanographer trying to find hydrothermal vents in the deep sea. So this expedition brought me more knowledge and also samples to work and try to understand the impact of deep sea mining. So what is the problem of the mining? The terrestrial mining, there are a lot of problems regarding deforestation, water contamination, and biodiversity loss, and also social conflicts. We have some disasters that people die by the burial of the tailing in mining, terrestrial mining. And this is why the industry are looking for the deep sea. They are looking for the metals because they need the metals to continue to do all the equipments that are using for green equipment and also the old equipment, cell phones and batteries. And the deep sea mining are really rich in this kind of metals. Copper, zinc, nickel, cobalt, and rare earth elements are really important for the future. And there are few geopolitical barriers because normally these kind of elements are in the middle of the ocean, in the international waters. Who will regulate that? Who will control that when they start the exploration? So we can divide the resources in three. We have the polymetallic nodules that happen normally in abyssal plains, 4,000 to 6,000 meters, and they grow really slowly. We have the cobalt-rich iron manganese crust that also appears in the seamounts and the ridges in the deep sea, and they grow really slowly also, 1 to 5 millimeters per million years. And we have also the hydrothermal sulfides. The hydrothermal sulfides are vents in the mid-ocean ridge. When we have the tectonic plates going in a different direction, the magma comes and creates one ridge in the middle of the ocean. In this area, we can find the hydrothermal vents. And these manganese nodules, they are really rich in manganese, iron, nickel, copper, cobalt, rare earth elements. And they can start from one shark teeth or one fragment of rock. And if a lot of elements are creating these small balls of manganese and iron. The cobalt crust form in seamounts, also in the deep sea, and grow slowly. And they are also really rich in these kind of elements that are interest for deep sea mining. But the hydrothermal vent is also a really unique environment. What is an hydrothermal vent? The hydrothermal vent is when the water percolates inside the fissures in the crust. And when this water finds the magma, is heated and go back to the surface, forming these structures that we call chimneys. And these chimneys could be black smokes and also white smokes. And this depends on the elements inside. So we have black smokes, they have a higher temperature, more than 350 degrees Celsius. And the white smokes, more or less 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. And the composition is different. The black smokes, iron, nickel, zinc, and the white smoke, barium, calcium, but all of them are interesting for the deep sea mining industry. But this environment is unique. They are a chemosynthesis-based ecosystem. What is that? We don't have light over there. So if you don't have light there, we don't have autotrophy based on light. We don't have a photosynthesis. We have a chemiosynthesis because we have a sulfur and methane. And sulfur and methane can be used by the bacteria. And this bacteria is the base of the primary production in these areas that support a lot of animals. So we have shrimp, we have crabs, gooseneck barnacles, sea cucumber, gastropods, anemones, a lot. And some of them, they don't have eyes. So the Koreans call Nyuntenpantentseu. It's like a shrimp with a punch in the eyes because they don't have eyes. They don't have these parts in the eyes. And some of them, like that gastropod, is white. There is no color. It's dark. Why I will invest my energy in color if there is no light over there? And this ecosystem is really fragile. So this is the distribution, the map of distribution of hydrothermal vents around the world. So we can see that in the Pacific, we have a lot of studies. That means that Atlantic and mainly South Atlantic and also Indian Ocean, we don't have almost nothing. The red points are active chimneys, and the yellow ones that are unconfirmed hydrothermal vents. So normally, as you can see, they are in the areas where we have the divergence of tectonic plates or also convergence and divergence of tectonic plates. And I'm working also with the physical-chemical parameters of the water column, but also with the animals. So as you can see, we have a lot of shrimp living there. And these structures are really fragile. When we are trying to take these shrimps, we destroy really fast just approaching with the ROV, with the ROPOS ROV. And we have a lot of mussels and these amazing sea cucumbers and fish and starfish and also sometimes garbage. So the metals are really important for technology. So nickel and cobalt for batteries, for vehicles and aviation, copper for primary conductor, rare earth elements for wind turbines, and manganese 90% used in steel production. So we have a projected 500% grown in the use of cobalt until 2050. So we need this metal to continue to use those kind of technology. But what is the impact that we can do exploring these kind of elements? So deep sea mining can impact like a noise and light pollution. There is no light over there. There is no noise in the deep sea. It's really quiet place. With the light, there are some species that the ecological interaction will change because they communicate between signals, chemical signals. With light, you change that, and the predator can find the prey easily. We have also the noise. The noise will interfere in that. Physical disturbance, because the machinery will make a mess in the deep sea. The machinery will take all these nodules and also the hydrothermal vents, and they can destroy that. And these structures are fragile, but they are really rich in metals. And metals are really toxic. Metals can cause a lot of carcinogenic, mutagenic, and teratogenic effects in marine life and also for human being. And metals can bioaccumulate in the tissues and also biomagnificate in the tissues. So we can think that they are in the deep sea, but the currents can bring these metals to the coast, and the fish that we eat, the mussels that we eat, can be contaminated with that. So the International Seabed Authority is responsible for regulate that. So they regulate mineral-related activities in seabed and ocean floor with more than 168 members. And the Clarion Clipperton Zone is the area in the Pacific between Mexico and Hawaii that they already started the exploration, mainly for research, but there are some companies that would love to explore these metallic nodules. This is why I wrote my project. So I arrived in this moment to say that deep sea mining in the Atlantic represents a significant economic potential and also a substantial environmental risk. We don't know so much about this environment, and they are really extremely sensitive and poorly studied. And my objective of this project is to create some geological and ecological mapping, ecological sensitive assessment, to create some risk assessment, to understand the currents by the bibliography. I will try to find in bibliography what we have already, what is the composition of the seabed in the Atlantic, what is the biodiversity, and correlate these maps. This area is really rich in some elements, but there are some species that are endemic. And I'm not talking about the potential of biodiversity, the biotechnological potential of biodiversity. We can extract a lot of elements from the animals that we can use for prepare medicines and also some equipments also. And also create environmental monitoring protocols, because I would like to understand if we explore one area where these metallic and acid plume can travel. Because normally the water that came from the chimney, the pH is really low, so means that very acid that can change the biogeochemical in the water and also create more acidification locally. And the plume can travel around distance. There are some articles that already published that this plume can travel around different areas. And if we explore near Azores or if we explore near Madeira, can you imagine the damage that we can do in the biodiversity in this island? It should be very impactful. So Portugal, why I choose Portugal to work with that. Portugal has one of the largest exclusive economic zones, 1.3 million kilometers square. And also the country submitted in 2009 one extension of continental shelf to 4.1 million kilometers square. In 2017, they update that with more data. So this area have a lot of abyssal zones and oceanic reeds and also islands that are created by these reeds, and there are a lot of metals in this area. So it's the country with one of the largest maritime jurisdiction in the world. So the moratorium and environmental governance, the law 36/2025 prohibits seabed mining in the entire Portuguese EEZ and continental shelf until 2050. So this was really good for Portugal because ensure time to generate solid scientific knowledge and strengthen Portugal's position in the international negotiations. So the priority areas that I've been already studying, Azores region, Western continental margin, Madeira region and continental shelf, and all the areas that we have here. But before exploring, we need to know about this area. We need to understand the biodiversity. We need to understand the geological characteristics and geochemical characteristics of this area. So in the next month, I was invited to be one of the 5 professors in the research vessel Polarstern from Alfred Wegener Institute, going from Germany to Namibia. So I will be in this expedition studying the Atlantic. So thank you so much. Preserve the ocean. I'm sorry, I don't know if it was long, but
Hello, good morning everyone, and thank you for being here and for being resilient. I have a very difficult mission because I'm between the presentation and your lunch, so I will try to be fast, 10 minutes maximum. So I know the theme of the conference, it's climate change, so I will try to make a really small connection between the climate change and what brings me here, which is hybrid threats to space. So this is the agenda, just 4 topics. General overview, hybrid threats to space with 2 cases, China and Russia. I think this is the most important part of the speech. And then space security and defense and the transatlantic cooperation, science and innovation. So why is space systems important to climate change? Because satellites, they provide a lot of information to us regarding climate. So it provides data from about the sea level, the temperature, ice melt, the greenhouse gases, concentration. So it provides a lot of information to scientists in order to help the political decision. And there are 7 ways to fight climate change with satellites. I presented there are some of those. I already mentioned some, like monitor the air quality, track changes in ice, but of course there are several more. This is a short footage from the European Space Agency. I think it will work. That shows us the carbon dioxide, the progress within the years, the change in ice between the years. So with these satellite images, we can control the temperature as well, the worldwide temperature. So it provides a lot of data to scientists. And this, of course, helps the political decision. So, but okay, it helps to get some information about climate change, but then we have to protect our assets, we have to protect our satellites, and we know there are some hybrid threats to it. I will present those two cases, but what we found in the literature is that yes, there were some hybrid threats to space assets identified, but they were dispersed. So we start publishing two articles in Astropolitics and Acta Astronautica, where we identified all those threats, and we started to also identify some countermeasures to those threats. So at this point, you may be questioning yourself, okay, what are those hybrid threats? How do they look like? And so I just pose here the case of China. So as you can see in the slide, China conducted 68 space launches in 2024. So roughly 1 year ago, 66 of these were successful. So it's almost 100% rate of success. And from 2015, so roughly 10 years, China growth is present in space about 500%. So it's a lot. And they are developing their capabilities in order to disrupt US and European operations. How? So the first paragraph there shows how China is disrupting the US and the EU operations. So they destroyed a different weather satellite with their HASAT systems, so anti-satellite weapons, and this created almost 3,000 debris in space. So as you can understand, it created a lot of disruption in space. Of course, the operations are expected to continue, and we need to improve our communication with China. When I say we, US and the EU. The case of Russia, it's a different case. They mainly rely on commercial assets. Of course, they are developing research, they are testing and deploying counter-space systems, and they also tested some anti-satellite weapons, which in 2021, so a few years ago, created, again, 1,500 pieces of debris. More concerning than this, Russia is also deploying orbital anti-satellite systems. So which says that they may have satellites that have the capability to attack our own satellites. And in 2025, they conducted several maneuvers with their satellites in order to test these systems. And I have here a small video, which those 2 points following each other, it's 2 Russian satellites testing themselves in order to acquire information and to test the possibility of using anti-satellite weapons. So what can we do? We can give more importance to space, and we can recognize that. The European Union mostly relies on commercial assets, like Galileo, Copernicus, but we also have some defense and military capability from the 27 member states. More important than this, the EU is defining some policies in this regard. So we defined the strategic compass, which gives some guidelines to the 27 European member states in order to invest more in space and cybersecurity. And of course, we have the EU Space Strategy for Security and Defense, which focus on those 4 main areas. And I would like to highlight the counter-hybrid and counter-cyber measures. How does the future look like? Most probably a better connection between intergovernmental organizations like the European Commission and NATO. Okay, I'm going to pass this one. Challenges in the future. Countries within these intergovernmental organizations, they have different pace. Okay? For instance, the EU has limited capability with regard to their space systems. We also rely on commercial activities from private companies. But the US, it's way more advanced than us. They even created their own branch of armed forces, which is called the Space Force. So they are investing a lot in this. Research, countermeasures, so we should rely on them and we should collaborate with the US in this regard. Opportunities. There are several opportunities like using AI to provide us better situational awareness in space. There are some interesting projects, at least in NATO, as I am aware. And with the flat support, Atlantic Center and IDN, we are also building some micro-credentials which will help us to train the next generation of students from military academies, mostly from Air Force, but also from Navy and Army. And that's all from my side. If you have any questions, please speak with me after this briefing. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. And finally, to close today's seminar, we'll hear from Ambassador Ana Paula Zacarias, Director of the Diplomatic Institute. I will introduce Ambassador. Oh, no, please. Ambassador Zacarias, a career diplomat. She has represented Portugal with distinction across the globe, from Washington and Paris to Tallinn and Brussels. She has served as Ambassador of Portugal to Estonia, Deputy Permanent Representative to the European Union, and later as Head of the European Union delegations to Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador. In 2017, she was appointed Secretary of State for European Affairs, a position Ambassador Zacarias held until 2022. Most recently, she served as Portugal Permanent Representative to the United Nations from 2022 to 2024. And since September 2024, she has been Director of the Diplomatic Institute at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Ana Paula Zacarias. Thank you so much.
Dear Admiral Nuno de Noronha Bragança, Coordinator of the Atlantic Center, Director of the National Defense Institute, distinguished ambassadors, professors, panelists, representative of FLAD, ladies and gentlemen, when asked to do these closing remarks, it always comes to my mind that famous Frank Sinatra song, and now the lunch is near, and, and we have to face the final curtain. But I have to tell you how honored I am to represent the Portuguese Ministry for Foreign Affairs at the closing of the VII Atlantic Center Seminar, which I followed this morning with great interest. It was really, really very interesting, magnificent, I would say, because we have so many different presentations. We went from the deep sea to space. We talked about research. We talked about science, military action, intelligence, political decisions, but we also talked about storytelling, and we talked about the beauty of the maritime ecosystems. So I am certain that the report, Climate Change and Security Challenges in the Atlantic, will be an important tool for the implementation of Portuguese foreign policy, as it addressed most of our concerns and is in line with our priorities, but it will be also a very important tool for all the different allied countries that are members of the Atlantic Center. For Atlantic nations, for ocean nations, such as Portugal, climate change and its impact on the oceans poses geostrategic and security challenges that require reflection and action. Reflection and action that must be concrete and cross-sectorial in numerous areas of domestic policy. The whole thing starts at home. Environment, transport, energy, communication, food security, economy, social welfare, education, new technologies. Then reflection and action in our external policy, in our international development cooperation priorities, generating, hopefully, strong support for multilateralism, which is not a given data these days, as solutions to problems that transcended borders require joint solutions anchored in innovation and shared scientific knowledge, effective international legal systems, and good international governance. And when we hear some of the P5 in the Security Council, we know that this interconnection between climate change and security, it's not always welcomed. So, but for us, today, it is clear that the challenge of climate change is no longer just an environmental problem. It has become a matter of peace, security, and global governance. Global warming, extreme weather events, rising sea levels, ecosystems acidification, forced populations displacement, coastal erosion, which threaten the very existence of some countries, are important international security issues. And we also have listened today that climate change is a threat multiplier. And we have listened to very interesting concrete situations in Colombia, Peru, Paraguay, the Sahel, the Caribbean. We talked about Nigeria, Cape Verde, São Tomé, Cameroon, the SEEDs, the small island developing states. So we really need to do something together. We also talked about the economy, the impact that all these disasters have in the economy, and the reduction of GDP that this represents, the difficulties of most vulnerable people, and the destruction of infrastructure, the relevance, the enormous economic impact that this has. But we also talked on the economic impact of acting together, of following the right solutions, of bringing new capacity of cooperation at the international level, developing green economy, low carbon industrialization, trying to be together in innovation and finding the right adaptation measures. So somehow we feel that is difficult. It is very difficult, but there is hope. Because we're working together, because we have to have a way of building things around multi-level governance and action. It's international, it's regional, it's national, it's local. We have to integrate all these domains. Portugal, as an Atlantic country with vast maritime space, has a very proactive agenda linking the ocean, climate, and security. In 2024, we ratified the High Seas Treaty and reaffirmed our commitment to protect 30% of ocean areas by 2030, as well as to establish a moratorium on deep-sea mining by 2050, reaffirming the ocean climate security link. In our application for non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council, we introduced a line expressing the need for normative work around the climate peace security nexus, considering in particular the specific role of oceans and the impacts of the rising sea level. Based on the current international framework and Portugal position, you can therefore count on our country to contribute to the reflection on climate change and security challenges in the Atlantic area and to promote the recommendations of the report that was present today. Portugal, due to its geographical, historical, and political characteristics, offers an example, and above all, we can work as a bridge between what is being done in Europe, the Americas, and Africa, seeking concrete cooperation actions so that together we can develop, and with the support of the Atlantic Center, a true Atlantic climate security. After all, it's just one planet, one ocean, one humanity. And we need to work together to find efficient solutions, as we did this morning here. So I'm sure that we will continue in dialogue, supporting multilateralism. Multilateralism is fundamental. So thank you, Atlantic Center, for this morning, for the work that you're doing, for the commitment to continue building this important network, for pushing for international cooperation and securing our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. That was it. It's a wrap. I will just kindly ask my boss, Admiral Bragança, to come here and say just some final words, and then we'll finish the seminar. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Now to finish. But before finish, let me give a word to all the team that put this piece together. It is always a great, great pleasure to work with this, if I can say, fantastic team that I have. Fantastic is a word not very common today, but really amazing group that we have on the Atlantic Center. And that is my first word. And then for you all to collaborate of these insights, this discussion, this reflection, what we have done today, and what we have talked, and bringing the conscience that we are together in this challenge, in this common challenge for all this community of interest. So thank you very much to be part of this group of friends of the Atlantic Center. Thank you very much to be here, and I hope to see you soon, this year or in the next year for sure, in the next seminar, in the next Maritime Security course. And thank you to all the partners that have been here. Thank you very much. Enjoy the day. Enjoy the day. Thank you.